In this second race, a reminder, scratch 3 Ravinio and scratch 4 Tez. 3 Ravinio and 4 Tez are scratched. As a result of those scratches, no super high five on race 2. Chalky change on the 6 American Joy, Mario Gutierrez. 6 American Joy, Mario Gutierrez. Third race, scratch the 2 Stonecastle. 2 Stonecastle is scratched. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 in that third event, $12,888. Race 4 has no changes at this time. Looking ahead to race 5, scratch the 8, count your pennies. Also scratch 13, Adara. Scratch 8, count your pennies, and scratch 13, Adara. A reminder, contrary to the program, King Zion, number 6, is a gelding.
Race number 2 started the early pick 4 for 50 cents, and we're looking right now at the current even money favorite, the number 5 horse in here. That is Walk Off for trainer Danny Gargan, a 6-time winner from 14 starts. He's got off-track form. He's raced 3 times on an off-main track, and 2 times he's won. Most recently did so at Gulfstream Park West, just 2 starts back at the end of November. His last race was 3 months ago at Gulfstream, where he was third against optional claiming types, optional allowance claiming types, and he takes a drop down in class here today, or stays at the same level, I should say, in this optional 20. You've got to respect his recent form, his style. He'll lay it back. He can close on a sloppy track. He's 1 for 1 here at Keeneland. He won back in October for $25,000 going a mile and 16th. So he's got a lot going for him in that respect as he sits at even money, and clearly that's the reason he sits at even money. The number 7 horse, Baby I'm Perfect, is Luis Saez, his opportunity to sweep the early daily double. Here's another horse in here that has off-track form. He was a winner at Monmouth last summer going wire to wire. It looks like it's probably going to be the approach, because that's what the approach has been in his last 7 starts, to go to the lead. And Saez, one of the best when it comes to that. So you better respect Baby I'm Perfect in here, my second selection. And then Money for Mischief is my third choice at 7-1 for Juan Cano. He's won here at Keeneland as well. He did so last fall for $20,000 nominals of 2 lifetime. They then tried him against some tough company at Churchill Downs. He ran well. He won a starter allowance race in late November, but his most recent starts were just, he was in over his head. And Gabby, he's yet to race on a main track that is wet, but Into Mischief seem to be able to handle anything that's thrown at them. Here's one that's going to close. He needs a pace setup for his success to be pulled off here in 22 minutes time.
Yeah, Scott, you're absolutely right. He definitely has the pedigree to like a track like this here today. But I did go to the 7, Baby I'm Perfect, as the top selection. I just don't think anybody else can run with him here today. And with the scratch of the 3, Ravenio, I think that even puts him higher on the list for me, because like I said, he's a horse that's proven on a wet track. He looks like the controlling speed, and when you get that combination, sometimes it's really hard to reel in horses at this distance on 2 turns on the main track. So, and he has a class. Those races that he was running in at Tampa aren't bad, especially that race that he ran in 3 starts back. That was a tough 2 other than allowance race when he was 5-1. So, lone speed on the front end on a track like this, I think it's going to be really beneficial for this horse. The 5 Walk Off, he's not that slow, so I think he could be able to get a good trip under Tyler Gaffalione, especially when you're considering that he's stretching back out to a mile and a 16th from the 1-turn mile in which he was last time out. Sometimes it's just hard for horses to kind of close at that distance on the main track at Gulfstream Park. So this seems like a good spot for him. Danny Gargan has him well placed. He's just going to need to be able to figure out how to reel in the 7 on the front end. And then finally, the number 8, Money for Mischief. As Scott mentioned, he doesn't really have much early speed. He's going to be closing from off of the pace, but I think that he should be able to handle the conditions of the track today. And one of his more impressive races was that starter allowance race that he won last November at Churchill Downs at 14-1. He was loaded that day. He is a horse that seemingly goes a bit in and out of form, but if he delivers his best today, put him with some of the top competitors in this race, and he's 7-1, so a very nice price on that outside runner. But the betting public landing on the 5 Walk Off as your 6-5 favorite.
At Keeneland, your attention, please, especially those of you playing the early pick 4, looking ahead to Keeneland's 4th race. The 4th event comes off the turf, and it will go 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Again, heads up, early pick 4 players. Looking ahead, Keeneland's 4th race comes off the turf. It will go 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. At this time, races 8 and 10 remain on the turf. Race 4 comes off, but races 8 and 10 at this time remain on the turf. Looking ahead, more changes to report upcoming on Keeneland's card. Looking to that fourth race, first of all, a reminder, race 4 is off the turf and goes a mile and a 16th on the main track. In that fourth race, scratch part of entry 1A Floriform and scratch number 7 Private Island. Again, scratch part of entry 1A Floriform and scratch number 7 Private Island. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 on that fourth event. Looking ahead to Keeneland's 8th race. In race 8, scratch the 4 Dixie in Candyland. That's in the 8th race, scratch the 4 Dixie in Candyland. A reminder, race 4 is off the turf, but at this time, races 8 and 10 remain on the turf. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Starter optional claiming race for a price of $20,000, 4-year-olds and up. Mile and a 16th over the main track, which is listed wet fast. A reminder, this race will finish in the short stretch, the first wire. Scratch 3, Ravinio. Scratch the 4, Tez. Again, scratch 3, Ravinio. Also scratch the 4, Tez. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 wager on this second event. Jockey for the 6, American Joey, Mario Gutierrez. That's the 6, American Joey, Mario Gutierrez. Double pick 3 and start of the early pick 4. Post time in 7 minutes. And again, pick 4, early pick 4 players. Remember, that fourth race is off the turf, and it will go a mile and a 16th on the main track. Post time in 7 minutes.
There's a look at the one horse, Zanesville, a 6-year-old son of Tiz Now, getting set for his 33rd career start. Rafael Bejarano is in the saddle. And looking at his career record as far as the off-track is concerned, he's been good every single time that the main track has turned up wet. 4 times he's raced over a wet fast, or an off surface, I should say, catch a wet fast surface today. 3 victories and a 3rd place finish, and he's in very good form as of late between Fairgrounds and Indiana Grand.
He does like a wet track, and he does get that here today. Not often do you see horses run at 1 mile and 9/16 on the main track, but that's where he was 2 starts back. Yeah, he looks great on track, Scott. A contender. I just wonder what kind of trip he's going to get from the rail today. The number 2, Saintly Samurai, wanted to shift gears to this horse because I love how he's looking this afternoon for trainer Grand Motion. Right now on the board at 6-1, and I think there's value there because he's probably one of the biggest class droppers in this field, and at least he has recency. I know his last race wasn't great, and his race on the Medi-Sealed track 2 back wasn't great, but I just think he's been running outside of his class. He caught a really easy field against Allowance Company at Laurel Park 3 starts back, and there's a huge difference between 2 other than allowance races and an A other than, Scott, and he's just not good enough at that level. So drop in class, and I love his presence today.
Yeah, 2 other than condition can oftentimes you'll see stakes type horses, and he continues to warm up nicely over this very wet surface here for race number 2. Keep in mind, this does start the first of 3 pick 4 opportunities this afternoon. You've got 5 minutes to play.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes American Joey. There goes Walk Off. Saintly Samurai to the inside. Here's Baby I'm Perfect from the far outside. Baby I'm Perfect moves up and takes a narrow lead as they head to the first turn. Walk Off is there in second toward the rail. American Joey toward the outside is in third position. Money for Mischief moves up fourth around the outside of Saintly Samurai, who drops back to the inside in fifth. Zanesville last of the sixth as they move around that first turn. And Baby I'm Perfect is the leader for Luis Saez against the rail by a length now. 23.31 seconds for the opening quarter. Onto the backstretch they go. Walk Off second, just off the leader's flank, takes toward the outside, moves up a closer second. Break of three more. American Joy has lost some ground to the top two. Here's Money for Mischief moving by to the inside of that one, taking third by a neck. Break of three more back to Saintly Samurai and Zanesville, who is at the back as they head for the far turn. Opening half mile went in 47 seconds over the wet fast going. Back up front, Baby I'm Perfect is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Walk Off is second, a length and a half. Money for Mischief third by 2.5. American Joy in fourth. Saintly Samurai looks toward the rail in fifth. Zanesville last of the six, running 6 lengths off the lead. They're midway on the far turn. Baby I'm Perfect the leader. Walk Off is still second, a length off the lead toward the outside. Money for Mischief swings toward the extreme outside, still third, and nearly 3 lengths from the front. Saintly Samurai in fourth, and Zanesville goes fifth to the top of the short stretch, looks toward the far outside. 7 lengths off the lead, though. They turn for home. Baby I'm Perfect is the leader. Saintly Samurai inside, Walk Off to the outside. Money for Mischief. Zanesville down the extreme outside. 5 horses across the track. Zanesville, Walk Off trying to come after Baby I'm Perfect. Saintly Samurai to the inside. Baby I'm Perfect. Zanesville hits another gear. Zanesville, Rafael Bejarano getting up to win it. Baby I'm Perfect second. Walk Off third. Saintly Samurai fourth.
He's good over any surface, but he's just simply better when it comes up with conditions like this, and we see it again from Zanesville. He had some work to do, but he's able to pull it off and running down the pace out in front of him.
One of the best tried and true angles, Scott, and just something that you can always rely on is when a horse likes a wet track, they usually are consistent on a wet track. And this horse did have to absolutely run down the 7, Baby I'm Perfect, who set the pace early. He did all the dirty work, but this horse was the only closer from off the pace, and he was striding out beautifully. Loved the conditions of the track today. He gets the job done at 5-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 1, Zanesville finished first. 7, Baby I'm Perfect second. 5, Walk Off third. 2, Saintly Samurai fourth. 1752 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 1, Zanesville, owned by Dave Hearn, trained by George Leonard III. Rafael Bejarano is the winning jockey. Zanesville, a 6-year-old gelded son of Tisnow out of Scandalous Song by Unbridled Song. Bred in Kentucky by Rosemont Farm, LLC. Mile and a 16th over the wet, fast main track. 1 minute 45.19 seconds. Race 2, results official. 1752, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 has a carryover, $12,888. The main track is listed wet fast. The turf is listed good for races 8 and 10. In this third race, scratch the 2 Stonecastle. 2 Stonecastle is a scratch. A reminder, race 3 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Looking ahead to the fourth race, race 4 off the turf, mile and a 16th on the main track. Fourth race off the turf, mile and a 16th on the main track. Scratch part of entry 1A Floriform. Also scratch the 7 Private Island. Again, scratch part of entry 1A Floriform and scratch 7 Private Island. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 on the fourth race. Looking ahead to race 5, scratch the 8, count your pennies, scratch 13 Adara. That's in the fifth race, scratch 8, count your pennies, and scratch 13 Adara. A reminder, contrary to the program, King Zion, number 6, is a gelding. At Keeneland, please note the condition of the main track is now sloppy. Condition of the main track is now sloppy.
"19 minutes away from this third race at Keeneland. This is a group of maiden special weight runners. They'll be going a mile on the sloppy main track, and this is 3 and up. 3 to 5 favorite on the number 6 horse, Turn Again Tide. We'll get to him in just a few moments, but I'm going to take a swing here with the number 3 horse, Rare Stripe, for Calumet Farm and trainer Jack Sisterson. Going a route of ground was the initial reasoning to like this colt, and also I don't think that there's any cause for concern when it comes to the sloppy track. Flatter is on par with those horses, stallions that you would look towards as far as being able to produce off-track runners, as he's offspring are winning at an 18% clip with a high group to take a look at that have run on and off track. So here's a colt that was debuted at Gulfstream Park, ran into Dr. Post and Nocturnal, 2 nice stakes horses. And then at Belmont Park, he ran against Happy Saver, who would eventually go on and win the Jockey Club Gold Cup Grade 1 in the fall up at Belmont. So he's got a comeback race that was on the synthetic and turfway, but 2 turns and off track. I think that there's some move forward here left in Rare Stripe. Don't think we've quite seen the best of him, and that's why I'm compelled to take a shot with him in this spot. Now, the 6 horse Turn Again Tide, here's a colt by Into Mischief for OXO Equine, who has raced once in his career. That was at Churchill Downs 6 months ago on the 26th of September. He was 4th in a race that Idol was able to win, and Idol just recently won the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap, obviously at Santa Anita. So that is a live race. The horse was 8 to 5 on the morning line. These are really stout connections when you consider Brad Cox and Irad Ortiz coming together. He doesn't ride them a lot, but when he does, they win. They're 2 for their last 2 here in recent weeks. So Turn Again Tide, not surprised he's being played at 3 to 5. But also keep in mind of the live runners that the 3 has been facing as well. But the 4 horse Extreme will be my third choice, a colt by Speightstown, who was debuted at Turfway Park on the synthetic track and has since come back with some workouts over at Churchill on the main track. A good workout, a Bullet 101 flat, worked 49 over a muddy surface back on the 28th of March. And wouldn't be surprised if this colt can take a step forward as well. He's got a pedigree to do anything. Speightstown can seemingly do anything. And he's a colt from a pulpit mare named Extent for Claiborne Farm and a Dill Schneider. So 3, 6, and 4 for me, Gabby, in this third race at Keeneland.
Well, I'll pick up where you left off, Scott, because this is going to be my top selection. I know he's unproven on a wet main track, but being a son of Speightstown, he certainly should love the conditions of the track here today. And when I went back and watched his first race, his only race at Turfway Park, it just seemed like a horse that was figuring it out late. He was slow early. He started to pick up the pieces late, but he probably just needed the race. And you can see from him physically, you could also see from his first race that he's probably not going to be a sprinter. Now, he does come from the family of Extent. Scott mentioned making him a half to Mucho, who's made over $400,000. He's a dirt sprinter, Grade 1 placed. But there's other horses in the family who have preferred going longer distances, like Size. Size is another half sibling who's a Grade 3 winner going long on the dirt. So I just simply think he needed his first race, and he should improve stretching out to the 2 turns today. The number 6, Turn Again Tide, all of what Scott said makes sense. And this horse is by Into Mischief out of an Empire Maker mare. So again, when you're talking about conditions of the track and whether or not they have the pedigree to handle it, he should. His first race, he was beaten over 11 lengths in that race, but it was a tough race. We mentioned Idol, Grade 1 winner, Santa Anita Handicap. The Sound was a second-place finisher, also trained by Brad Cox. He's an allowance winner. And there were other horses in there, too, to go on and win in their subsequent starts. It was a race in which 3 horses went on to win their next races. So the 6 Turn Again Tide, he's probably the class standout here. I'm not surprised that he's 4 to 5 on the board. And then the 3 Rare Stripe, also comes out of the same race that Extreme did, but when I compared their performances, I preferred how Extreme ran because it just looked like he figured things out. He was picking up the pieces late, whereas Rare Stripe was forwardly placed and he started to fade. Now, that was his first race since June, and when you look at the running lines of his races on the main track, you'll find Happy Saver, who was a Grade 1 winner. So maybe this horse didn't really like the track last time out. Maybe he does need some more distance, and he'll handle things a lot better here today. I thought he was a little sneaky of a horse at 7 to 1. I ultimately just thought that the 4 ran a better race altogether at Turfway, but different conditions, different type of surface, different distance. So we could really see anything happen in this race between the 3 and the 4. But the betting public landing on the 6 Turn Again Tide as your 4 to 5 favorite, 14 minutes out from race 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Tis the Law. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile over the main track, which is now listed sloppy. Scratch the 2 Stone Castle. Number 2 Stone Castle is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering. Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $12,888. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Post time coming up in just 8 minutes. Looking ahead, a reminder, the 4th race comes off the turf and goes 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. That's race 4. 3rd race coming up in 8 minutes. Coolmore and Stone Street are pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Coolmore or Stone Street will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each race and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash award. The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the 3rd race is Francisco Garcia, the groom for number 3, Rare Stripe. Francisco, congratulations.
Five minutes away from race number 3 here at Keeneland, 1 mile on the sloppy track, and we'll take a look at the 3-horse Rare Stripe, who looks well out there for Calumet Farm. Declan Cannon in the saddle. Pointed out his races that started off his career on the main track. One of the things, too, that you've got to keep in mind or be aware of is that he has worked a few times on a sloppy track and worked well. So we'll see if that translates to the afternoon. You never know, but certainly you'd rather see a good work than a bad work on a sloppy track, which he has put together a good workout in the past, and he is 5-1. He started at 8-1 about 15 minutes ago, and his number continues to come down as it's 5. So he is live right now on the tote board. And then we'll go to Extreme, the number 4 horse for Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider. Carrying the Claiborne Orange is Brian Hernandez Jr. Tom Drury just said to me he liked his debut. He ran on late. He expects him to be able to do the same here going 2 turns. He looks forward to the 2-turn debut for him. And I asked him, was there any hesitation in running on a sloppy track? He said, no, he's been training over at Churchill. He's encountered this before. So just like Rare Stripe, there is experience in the mornings in conditions like this. And he is a good-looking son of Speightstown out of that winning First Dam Extent, the daughter of Pulpit. 4 minutes away from race number 3 at Keeneland, where the 6 Turn Again Tide continues to be the heavy favorite at 4-5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the 'Tis the Law. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Extreme. There goes Turn Again Tide. And Rare Stripe is going to join that duo. Rare Stripe gets away running a close-up third down to the inside. Atoka comes away fourth on the far outside into the first turn. But Extreme has the early lead. Extreme in front. Starts to angle down toward the inside with the lead by a length. Turn Again Tide is right there on the outside, though. Just a neck from the leader. Atoka swings wide in third to join that front pair. Rare Stripe gets shuffled back into fourth. Winning Prospect draws alongside of that one from fifth. Call It Love and Assembly Point side by side at the back. 23.46 seconds, the time for that first quarter. Extreme to the inside and Turn Again Tide from between horses. Atoka far outside. Here's Extreme moving up the rail to regain the lead by a head. Turn Again Tide right alongside. Atoka third, center of the track. And then Rare Stripe, who's fourth back toward the inside, just 2 lengths off the lead. Break of 2 more back to Winning Prospect, joined by Assembly Point and Call It Love trails. Opening half mile went 47.94 seconds. Extreme is the leader by a neck to the far turn. Turn Again Tide still there. Second on the outside. Atoka still third on the far outside. Less than a length. Separate the top 3. And then Rare Stripe, who has lost ground in fourth position, losing contact with that top 3 around the far turn. They're at the quarter pole, the leaders are. Extreme has a neck in front. And still Turn Again Tide second on the outside. Atoka is now 3 lengths off the front pair in third. They turn into the short stretch. Extreme and Turn Again Tide continue their battle for the lead. Working their way toward the final furlong. Here is Turn Again Tide putting ahead in front. Extreme is still fighting on, though, right there to the inside. Turn Again Tide from the outside ahead in front. Extreme is second. Turn Again Tide, Irad Ortiz Jr. getting up to win by a length on the line. Extreme was across the line in second. Atoka third, and Rare Stripe in fourth. And then further back, Call It Love was fifth.
Always within striking range was Turn Again Tide and Irad Ortiz Jr. The number 4 horse Extreme ran a big race, hanging there with him as long as he possibly could. But it was only a matter of time before Turn Again Tide, the Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2018, was able to wear him down.
When you look at these 2 horses physically, the 4 Extreme, he's much smaller in size versus the 6 Turn Again Tide. So the fact that he fought as hard as he did down on the inside when the 6, the Turn Again Tide, had the upper hand, this was a big performance from the 4. But the 6 had the perfect trip, and he gets the victory as your favorite at 3-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 6 Turn Again Tide was first. 4 Extreme was second. 7 Atoka third. 3 Rare Stripe was fourth. And 5 Call It Love fifth. 6-4-7-3-5 unofficial. Third race results official. In the winner's circle, the official winner of race 3, the Tis the Law. 6, Turn Again Tide, owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best. Brad Cox, the trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Turn Again Tide, a 4-year-old son of Into Mischief out of Spanish Empirus by Empire Maker. Bred in Kentucky by Alistar Thoroughbred Company, LLC. Keeneland Sales Grad gets the mile over the sloppy main track, 1 minute 38.26 seconds. Results are official for the third race, 6:47.35, the official results. Now the trophy presentation for today's third race. Presenting the trophy for the Tis the Law on behalf of Coolmore, Ms. Robin Murray presents to the connections of Turn Again Tide. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Race 4 comes off the turf, goes a mile and a 16th on the main track, which is listed sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch part of entry 1A Floriform and scratch the 7 Private Island. Again, scratch part of entry 1A Floriform and scratch the 7 Private Island. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 wager on the fourth race. Looking ahead to race 5, there will be a carryover in the fifth race for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $14,902. In that fifth race, scratch number 8, Count Your Pennies, and scratch 13, Adara. Scratch number 8, Count Your Pennies, and scratch 13, Adara. A reminder, contrary to the program, King Zion, number 6, is a gelding. Checking the sixth race, scratch part of entry number 1, Norin, scratch number 3, Army Scout, and scratch the 4, Blue Jays. Again, scratch part of entry number 1, Norin, scratch number 3, Army Scout, and scratch the 4, Blue Jays. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 on that sixth event. Fourth race coming up, mile and a 16th on the main track, which is listed sloppy. A reminder that at this time, races 8 and 10 remain on the turf.
Another important reminder here of race number 4, it does come off the turf course. They are off the turf for this upcoming 4th race onto the sloppy main track, and just 2 scratches, the 1A and 7, have been withdrawn. We're looking at Folsom, 2-1 right now, one of 3 horses sitting at 2-1 on the tote board. My top play for Juddmonte Farms, a homebred for Juddmonte, son of Into Mischief out of a Distorted Humor mare. Distorted Humor, any influence that he has as far as the sloppy track, it's positive. So looks as though he should be able to handle this off track here today. Comes off of a 4th place finish in the Black Gold Stakes at the fairgrounds. Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. I'll lean on Folsom here for Brad Cox at 2-1 right now. He just clicked down to the current favorite. The number 4 horse, another one at 2-1. That's Aviano for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and others. Todd Pletcher, the trainer of this Medaglia d'Oro colt. Medaglia d'Oros do just fine in any aspect of racing. This will be his main track debut. He hasn't shown the kind of speed that perhaps the one horse has in the past. So we'll see if Aviano can close over this main track. We've seen this off-track play very fair. Those were just 2 very nice horses that raced away from the group in race number 3, but we saw a race prior horse come from off the pace. So I don't think that you can really hold his running style against him if he shows up. Don't be surprised if he's right there in the end. He's 4 for 4 in the money with a victory last time at Gulfstream on the 28th of February. And then finally, the 2-horse Ethical Judgment for Brendan Walsh. He's won here in the past at Keeneland. It was back in October. He ran off and won by 4 lengths. Son of Honor Code. He gets Lasix for the first time here today with Javier Castellano, and comes in with a stiff workout over the main track here at Keeneland in 47-3. So he just clicked down to 8-5. Gabby, these 3 horses, they're going to go back and forth as far as who ends up being the favorite, because they are all so evenly matched on paper coming into this now off the turf event.
Right, but sometimes these races wind up being some of the races that provide the most value because people don't necessarily handicap for the dirt. They're still looking at that turf form, and that's why, you know, there are still some question marks regarding the one Folsom, in my opinion. I did use him second, but opted for the 2 Ethical Judgment as the top pick because he does have that lone dirt win, and I don't necessarily think it was the change of surface. I think this horse is capable on turf, dirt, really anywhere in between. But I just think he needed his first race. When I went back and watched his debut at Churchill Downs, he just looks like a big, heavy horse that needed a long time to get going. Tyler Gaffalione looked like he was working on him for about a half mile, and he finally figured it out. So I think this horse will improve in his 3-year-old season. His 2 races at 2, I think he was just a little bit immature. You can see the size of this horse in the afternoon, and maybe he just needed some time to grow into himself and figure it out. But regardless of the surface, I think this horse has a lot of talent for trainer Brendan Walsh, and Scott touched on that really quick workout coming into this race. Not really a usual thing that we see for Brendan Walsh, but maybe he just did it easily under his own power on March 29th, 47-3. Now, let's look at the 1 Folsom, and of course the question is whether or not he's going to like the main track, the sloppy track. He's by Into Mischief out of a Distorted Humor mare, so you would think he should, but there's a reason why Brad Cox has run this horse on the turf all 4 career starts. I mean, he's got a good turf pedigree, but he also has a decent dirt pedigree. So the problem with him too is that he doesn't have a lot of early speed. His race last time out, he fell way back off of the pace, and sometimes he has a tendency to do that. So Tyler Gaffalione is going to have a lot of work to do, and it's harder to make up that type of ground on the main track here versus the turf. Finally, we get to the 4 Aviano for Todd Pletcher. I like the progression of this horse. He keeps improving with each and every start. His last race, albeit on the turf, he won over Alexander Valley. Now, Alexander Valley is a Bill Mott horse. He came back to run in a maiden special weight here at Keeneland on the 8th, and he finished 3rd in that race. So do what you want with that information. This is another horse, though, that should be closing from off of the pace, and it doesn't look like there's going to be that quick of a pace. Who will be the pace setter? A big question mark there. Maybe the 3 Notary. All these horses haven't really shown that much pace in their races, so could boil down to a rider's race. As right now, the betting public is in between 3 horses, all of the 1, 2, and the 4. I land on the 2, Ethical Judgment, making his 3-year-old debut for trainer Brendan Walsh.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Dreaming of Julia, an allowance for 3-year-olds in a race that comes off the turf and goes 1 1/16 on the main track. Main track is listed sloppy. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Floriform. Also scratched the 7, Private Island. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 wager. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. 1 1/16 over the sloppy main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Post time coming up in 8 minutes. The winner of the New Vocations Best Turned Out Award for the fourth race is Tender Arriaga, the groom for number 1, Folsom. Congratulations. Presented by New Vocations, the country's largest racehorse adoption program. Stone Street is pleased to make a matching $500 charitable donation to New Vocations to support their efforts in the thoroughbred industry.
There's a look at the 2-horse Ethical Judgment as we're 6 minutes away from this off-the-turf event. It's race number 4, and he is a big, good-looking colt by Honor Code, a Keeneland graduate, winner of his last race here at Keeneland. He looks fit and ready to go as he warms up in front of us over this sloppy main track.
I just talked to Brendan Walsh a little bit about this horse because I was curious about a couple things. I asked him about his last work. He said he did that so easily. Not only was it a fast work, but he was not really asked for it. And he also said you can see him, Scott. He's such a big horse, big, good-looking horse, that he just had some growing pains. He needed some time to mature from 2 to 3, but he loved this horse in his 2-year-old season. And what he told me was that he said he's just as good on the dirt as he is on the turf.
The 3's another big colt as well, Notary, for trainer Dean Wayne Lucas and Smith's Elm Racing. Drayden Van Dyke gets the opportunity here today, a son of Street Sense. We'll see how he handles this off track. His recent races haven't been good, but he is a big, imposing colt as well.
He looks like a dirt horse. I won't lie. The 2 and the 1, they look like turf horses, but the 3 looks like a dirt horse, and that's what he's been running on as of late, and that could give him the advantage here at a big price.
The 4 Aviano, not quite the size of the previous 2 that we've talked about, but good energy coming out as these horses warm up, cutting through the rain that is continuing to come down here at Keeneland. And just the question is, how is he going to handle the main track?
He looks like he could probably handle it. Again, there are other horses physically look like they might be a little bit better suited, but I don't mind this horse today.
And Hard Strike, the 5, the final one we'll touch on, 9-1 right now. Hasn't raced in 9 months. He was showing good energy coming out as well. He's got an off-track pedigree, getting set for his 2nd start. We're 4 minutes away from race number 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Dreaming of Julia, at 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There's Notary along with Ethical Judgment. Ethical Judgment moves up the inside, takes the early lead. Notary comes away running in second, then Folsom in the third spot. Aviano comes out running in fourth. British Royalty, then a break of nearly 5 lengths back to Hard Strike, who's content to trail into the first turn. Back up front, though, Ethical Judgment has the lead. Ethical Judgment against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. Notary toward the outside, second, 1.5 lengths. Folsom, third up on the outside, 3/4 of a length. And then Aviano fourth against the rail, saving ground around the first turn. Break of 6 more lengths back of that one to British Royalty, who is next to last. 5 more back of that one to Hard Strike. Opening quarter went to 24.49 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Ethical Judgment the leader. Ethical Judgment in front, 3/4 of a length. Notary second by the same margin. Folsom third, stays toward the far outside. And then Aviano down toward the inside in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of 7 more lengths back to British Royalty and 2.5 back of that one to Hard Strike, who's last after an opening half mile in 48.98 seconds. Over to the far turn now. Ethical Judgment chased by Notary. Folsom stacks up to the far outside. Half length separate the top 3. Aviano behind that trio still travels in the 4th position. Still just over 2 lengths off the lead. The rest are far back. They're already coming to the quarter pole. And Folsom is trying to draw alongside of Ethical Judgment to the top of the short stretch. Aviano has to swing out toward the outside. Third, 5 lengths off the front pair. Notary drops black in fourth. They turn for home. Folsom has a narrow lead. Ethical Judgment, though, is still there and fighting right back to the inside. Ethical Judgment, Folsom, gap of 5. Aviano, then Notary. Final 16th, Folsom. Now getting clear with the lead for Tyler Gaffalione. It is Folsom drawing clear to win it by 3 lengths on the line. It was Ethical Judgment home second, and then Aviano across the wire in third, and Notary was fourth.
Trainer Brad Cox goes back-to-back on the card, and really kind of the same style as we see the one-horse Folsom just laying back and finally getting some separation late in stretch to Ethical Judgment. Javier Castellano was all in at the half-mile pole. It was good of him to keep this horse in the race, but it was just a matter of time before Folsom was able to draw away.
And when you look at Ethical Judgment's past races, he just needs a reminder to keep going forward, and that's what Javier tried to do with him. But he did do all the dirty work on the front end. The one Folsom had a great trip and just had a lot of horse underneath Tyler Gaffalione. Back-to-back wins for trainer Brad Cox, 1, 2, 4 across the board.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. 1, Folsom was first. 2, Ethical Judgment was second. 4, Aviano third. And 3, Notary fourth. 1, 2, 4, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Dreaming of Julia, 1, Folsom Owned and bred in Kentucky by Juddmonte Farms Incorporated. Garrett O'Rourke, Brad Cox goes back-to-back on the card, and Tyler Gaffalione is the winning jockey. Folsom, 3-year-old son of Into Mischief, out of Flourish by Distorted Humor. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed Sloppy in 1 minute 44.14 seconds. Fourth race, results official, 1, 2, 4, 3, the official results. Ms. Anna Ford, representing New Vocations, makes the trophy presentation for Race 4, The Dreaming of Julia. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Also, the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot with a carryover of $14,902. Main track is listed Sloppy. In this fifth race, scratch the 8, count your pennies, scratch 13, Adara. Again, scratch 8, count your pennies, and scratch 13, Adara. A reminder, contrary to the program, King Zion, number 6, is a gelding. Checking the sixth race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Norin. Scratch 3, Army Scout. Scratch 4, Blue Jays. That's in the sixth race. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Norin. Scratch 3, Army Scout. Scratch 4, Blue Jays. No Super High 5 on that sixth race. Seventh race has no changes at this time. A reminder that race 8 and race 10 remain on the turf.
This is race number 5, 16 minutes to post. 3 and up maidens going a mile and an eighth on the sloppy main track, all in for the maiden $20,000 tag. And the one-horse Bold Victory is the only horse in here getting any sort of consistent play on the win end. He's 6-5 right now. He's a new gelding, at least new gelding since his last race, which was 5 months ago at Woodbine. For trainer Brendan Walsh, moves from the Mark Casse barn, and he's taking a giant drop down in class. This is a horse that back in late September was seen competing in one of the legs of the Canadian Triple Crown and finished 4th in that field of 9. He followed that up with a 4th place finish, only beaten a length and a half in a maiden special weight, which was worth $123,000. So certainly things have not gone as planned since then, but the drop in class is too much to ignore. And the fact that you get one of the leading riders in the country, Irad Ortiz Jr., to commit to riding this gelding may just alleviate any worries you'd have about a horse and where he's at in this maiden 20 claimer. You've got to respect him. He's the one to beat. The drop is massive. Bold Victory, 7-5, makes sense in this race. Then it's really go wherever you feel like going. If you've got one angle to use that's worked for you in the past, or an idea that you've got, go on with it for your second and third choices in here, because the number 10 horse is my second choice, Launchpad, a 3-year-old Ridgeling by First Samurai, who showed some improvement in his second start, and that was going a route of ground. So came out of a sprint race to the synthetic track on both races is what he's raced over, and we've seen plenty of these turfway runners come down here to Keeneland Racecourse and run big ones. 14-1, I'll take a swing here, would be an across-the-board play if you're looking to play the 10, in my opinion. 2 across would cost you $6 at 14-1. Maybe get lucky and win or at least catch a piece of it. And then finally, the number 3 horse is Rogue Element. In similar fashion to that of the rail horse, is taking a huge drop down in class, hasn't been seen in 7 months, moves to a new barn. Here's a colt that ran in the Grade 1 Florida Derby behind Tiz the Law back in 2020, tried the Ohio Derby. They just have not found a right spot for him in the maiden special weight ranks, and that's why he's dropping in for 20. It looks like the right time to go ahead and do so. He has a workout here since showing up from Florida at Palm Meadows. So Mario Gutierrez gets the opportunity, 9-1, Gabby. He's about the 4th choice right now in the wagering, which is wide open outside of the one Bold Victory.
Not surprised, because in this race we have so many class droppers, and then we have horses who've been competing at a similar level who've actually been in decent form. So it's really a question of who do you prefer. The 3 Rogue Element, I figured that the 1 would be a heavy favorite, so I just opted for another class dropper. Rogue Element hasn't been seen since August of last year. The blinkers coming off for trainer Jack Sisterson, but he's competed against some solid horses throughout his career, and ultimately he probably just needs this drop in class. He faced the likes of Tiz the Law, Dean Martini. I mean, these are some better horses that he has faced in the past. So I do like the drop in class for this horse, and I actually kind of like the added distance, because sometimes he doesn't always show too much speed, so the mile and an eighth should be suitable for him. The number 1 Bold Victory, another one coming in off that layoff for trainer Brendan Walsh, has been gelded since his last race, but at least you know what you're getting with him on the main track. The Fort Erie race in the Prince of Wales came up to be a little tough. He didn't show much speed that day. But his other main track race at Aqueduct back in March of 2020 is definitely good enough to beat this group here today. So those are the 2 class droppers that I had my eyes on. But the 11 Lemon and Diem was an interesting horse to me for Ed Vaughn, who is making more of a lateral move. He too is coming in off the layoff, has been gelded since his last race, and the blinkers go on him here as well for the first time. Looks like maybe even a full cut blinker from my vantage point, so he's pretty covered up. I think that's going to help him be forwardly placed, especially at this distance. And maybe he's one that just needs to go 2 turns and lope along on the front end and turn things around. So I thought the 11 Lemon and Diem was very, very interesting at a price at 7-1. But right now we have the 1 Bold Victory as your heavy favorite at 6-5. Beyond that, as Scott mentioned, is a wide open board. I thought this race was pretty tricky to cap off that early pick 5 sequence. Best of luck.
Looking ahead on today's Keeneland card, please note that the turf condition has been changed to yielding. Races 8 and 10 remain on the turf at this time, and please note that the turf condition has been changed to yielding. Right now, the horses are entering the track for race 5. Maiden claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, $20,000 the claiming price. 1 1/8 over the sloppy main track here in race 5. Double and pick 3 wagering, carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $14,902. Scratch number 8, count your pennies, and scratch 13, Adara. A reminder that contrary to the program, King Zion, number 6, is a gelding. Post time at 7 minutes.
Some frontside observations for this maiden 20 going 1 1/8. There's a look at the number 2 horse, Don't Show Weakness. Thought that he looked fine out here. And as a whole, this is not a bad looking group of runners getting set to run for maiden 20. He's one that returns to the main track for the first time since a Churchill race where it looks like he was just in over his head. I mean, he ran well enough here back in October here at Keeneland, Gabby, to finish second for maiden 15. This just might be a level that suits him at a big price of 13-1.
Very well could. You look at him, though, Scott, and he's an 0 for 10 maiden. There are a couple of horses that are more lightly raced, so you just question how tough is the field that he has to face today at this level.
The 4, his form is not good. He is a big price right now, 37-1. He does have a top rider in Jimmy Graham in the saddle. What did you see from the Flash or the Flashe? We'll see what Kurt ends up going with. The number 4, big long shot.
Kind of a narrow-looking horse. I personally prefer others, but he is a horse that is dropping in class, and he just doesn't seem to have very much early speed, which I think could pose as a problem for him.
The 10-horse Launchpad, one of the runners that I'm going to be leaning on underneath the even money favorites. Thought he had a nice look to him. He's got a big, long body, so he should have a big stride that could be useful here, going 1 1/8 with Brian Hernandez.
Definitely looks like he'll prefer more distance, and each race has helped him, I think, be able to get to the 9 furlongs today, from 6.5 to the mile to finally the longest distance he will run this afternoon. Scott, when I was looking at the horses in the post parade, I did prefer the number 11, Lemon and DM. I know we've gone through a couple of horses, but I like him. I prefer him best. He looks very sharp with the blinkers coming on. He's been gelded since his last race, and he's now trained by Ed Vaughn, who is an excellent trainer in England. He decided to bring his horses here stateside, and he's been picking up some horses along the way, and I believe he's going to have a lot of success with his horses, and this just seems like the right spot. The question is, can he go 1 1/8? He does look like a horse maybe better suited to shorter distances, but I just really like how he looks physically.
3 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race. They are at the post. And they're off. Rogue Element, Don't Show Weakness, He Who Dares Wins. Those three come to the front together to contest the early lead. He Who Dares Wins, moves up on the outside, puts a head in front. Don't Show Weakness will save the ground down toward the inside around the first turn. Rogue Element between that pair is in third. King Zion is fourth by just a half length. And then Mid Laner, fifth up on the outside. Followed by Launchpad, who stays a lane off the rail, in sixth. Bold Victory toward the center of the pack is in seventh as they enter the back stretch. Lemon and DM goes eighth up on the outside. Perfect Painting is ninth. Break of six more. Back then to the two trailers. The Flash, who's in the 10th position. Bo Book, 11th and last, 23.6 seconds for the opening quarter. Don't Show Weakness, the leader. Don't Show Weakness leads it by 2 lengths. He Who Dares Wins, second, a half length. Rogue Element, third toward the inside. Mid Laner, fourth up toward the outside, running 4 lengths off the lead. And then King Zion, who's in the 5th position, followed by Launchpad in 6th. Bold Victory against the rail in 7th. And then Lemon and Diem and Perfect Painting stack up toward the outside. 48.16 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Don't Show Weakness, the leader. Don't Show Weakness leads it by 2 lengths around the far turn. Rogue Element second by 3/4 of a length. He Who Dares Wins is third by 3/4 of a length. There's Launchpad. Now Launchpad moves up the inside into fourth, now taking third, but is still 6 lengths off the lead as they move toward the quarter pole. Lemon and Diem is still running nearly 10 from the front. Don't Show Weakness, the leader. Rogue Element takes toward the outside from second, and Launchpad swings out to the center of the track in third, still 6 from the front. Coming to the final furlong, Don't Show Weakness, 3-length lead, 2-length lead. Rogue Element trying to reel in the leader. Then Launchpad, Bold Victory is fourth down toward the inside. Don't Show Weakness chased all the way by Rogue Element. Bold Victory to third. Don't Show Weakness, Rogue Element, Bold Victory. Don't Show Weakness hanging on by a half length over Rogue Element, then Bold Victory.
This horse shows so much speed here this afternoon, and the wire came right in the nick of time. We could see the number 3, Rogue Element, rallying from off of the pace, picking up the pieces, but he does not get up in time. It's going to be 2-3-1 across the finish line to cap off the early pick 5, race 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race: 2, Don't Show Weakness was first, 3, Rogue Element second, 1, Bold Victory third, 10, Launchpad was fourth, 11, Lemon and Diem was fifth. 2-3-1, 10-11 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race: 2, Don't Show Weakness, owned by Tom Horan, trained by Dana Ollier. 2 wins today for Rafael Bejarano. Don't Show Weakness, a 4-year-old gelded son of Palace Malice out of Margarita Friday by Johannesburg. Winner bred in Kentucky by John Eaton and Steve Lehman. 9 furlongs over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 53.24 seconds. Results of race 5 official: 2-3-1, 10-11, the official results. At Keeneland, the early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. 6th race is on the way. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is listed sloppy, and the turf is listed yielding. In the 6th race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Norin. Scratch 3, Army Scout. Scratch 4, Blue Jays. Again, scratch part of entry, number 1, Norin. Scratch 3, Army Scout. Scratch 4, Blue Jays. No super high 5 on this 6th race. 7th race, the Ben Ally. That is where the late pick 5 will begin, and also the $300,000 guaranteed all-stakes pick 4. No changes in that 7th race. Race 8, the Giants Causeway. Again, the turf is listed yielding. Race 8 is where the late pick 4 will begin. In that 8th race, scratch the 4 Dixie in Candyland. It's the 8th race, scratch the 4 Dixie in Candyland. 9th race, the Stone Street Lexington. Scratch number 8, Ultimate Badger. Scratch number 8, Ultimate Badger. 10th race, the Grade 1, Coolmore Jenny Wiley. Again, the turf listed yielding. No changes at this time in race 10. 11th and final race, scratch the 1, Mr. Annoying. That's the 11th race, scratch 1, Mr. Annoying. Contrary to the program, number 8, Private Network, is a Ridgeling.
Pick six time, race number 6 begins it on this 11 race card. 4 stakes races still to come, and they kick off with race number 7, the Ben Ali. This is a 2 of the then allowance race, going a mile and a 16th in the slop. Scratch the 1, 3, and 4. The number 2 horse is the 4 to 5 favorite and the 1 to beat. That's my top selection. Son of Bernardini for Gary and Mary West, a homebred here in Kentucky for the Wests, and he's yet to run a bad race. Started off the career with back-to-back wins at Monmouth Park in New Jersey, and then moved down to Gulfstream Park and ended up finishing second in 2 races, going a 1-turn mile. So 2 turns for the second time in this Colts career. And according to the speed figures I've got in front of me, he is light years better going 2 turns. And also his last race on the 27th of February at Gulfstream Park, he was only beaten a length, finishing second to Attachment Rate. We just saw Attachment Rate this past weekend finish 3rd in the Commonwealth Stakes behind Flagstaff. So you've got to respect the form in which he has, the horses that he has been running against, and everybody is. He's 4 to 5 for the reasons in which we've discussed, and it's easy to take a look at what he's been able to do in his career and understand that he is a nice colt that'll be set to carry the hot pink and black silks of the West here in 16 minutes. The number 8 horse to the outside, my second choice, that is In Love, who is 7 to 2. So often these South American runners really take to the off track. And Paulo Lobo ran this gelding on the turf in his first 2 starts here in the United States. Won at Churchill in a good race. He was 3rd behind Falkirk and Oak Hill, 2 good runners. And then he just recently beat Falkirk here on the 18th of Keeneland. I say recently, it was 5 months ago. But he comes in with good form. He comes in with dirt form. Again, there's something about these South American imports on the off track that always seem to show up. He's 7 to 2 with Irad in the saddle. I'm trusting Paulo Lobo in the placement of him in this dirt race to begin with, and he is getting some attention, as noted, second choice right now in the win wagering. And then finally, the 1A is the 3rd choice, Lord Guinness, beaten favorite last time out. I think he needed that race. He's getting onto the dirt course for the first time since very tough races down at Oaklawn Park. This looks to be easier than what he's seen in his most recent dirt races. I mean, he ran against Tom's d'Etat, one of the leading contenders for the Breeders' Cup Classic last year in the Oaklawn Mile. Just didn't run a jump in his subsequent start, but given some time off, bounced back up at Turfway, and now he gets his first try, Gabby, here at Keeneland Racecourse. So we'll see if he can spring an upset at odds of 10 to 1.
Well, Scott, my opinion really changed with some of the scratches in here. Originally, I loved the 4 Blue Jays in here. With him out and with the scratch of the 1 Norin, who figured to be the speed, and even the 3 Army Scout, who might have gotten some attention on the tote board, you just have to approach this race completely differently. And unfortunately, I did default into the 2 West Will Power, but when you look at the form, this horse is just simply running faster than the rest of the field. His last race, he finished second to Attachment Rate. Attachment Rate came back to run right here at Keeneland in the Grade 3 Commonwealth, and he ran a good 3rd. So we're talking about horses who've gone on to be competitive against graded stakes company recently. And what has this horse done wrong in his career? He just, has been extremely consistent, and he at least has a little bit of natural speed that he doesn't have to be so far off of the pace, now going 2 turns on the main track at a mile and a 16th. So I trust that Javier Castellano will put this horse in a position to succeed early, and if that's the case, then he is just simply the horse to beat. Question is whether or not he'll like the main track. He's got a pedigree to handle it, but it's always an unknown when we're talking about a heavy favorite and their first time over a sloppy sealed track. Now, the number 6, Alma Shriek, for trainer Mike Maker, he has tried several different surfaces. He's tried synthetic at Chelmsford. He's tried turf. He's tried the main track as well, but he's never tried a wet main track, the Son of Warfront. I personally think he'll take a liking to the main track here today, and the only problem with him is that he's kind of gone a bit in and out of form. To look at the 2's consistency and compare it to the 6, Alma Shriek, and his inconsistency, that's why you get such a difference on the tote board. He's on the board at 12 to 1, but his best race was at Gulfstream last year, 88 Beyer speed figure, and that could put him on par with the 2 Westworld Power. It's just a question of what Alma Shriek we will see today. And then finally, the 5 Pain. He's another interesting horse because he actually used to show some speed. He did not show any speed coming out of the gate last time out. Maybe he was a little rusty. That was his first race since June of last year. I'm hoping that Corey Lannery is aggressive with this horse because his better races have come when he's more forwardly placed. And in this race, with the scratch of the speed, someone's going to have to inherit the lead. And if it's him, I think that'll give him his best shot right now at 5-1. I too landed on the heavy favorite, as does the betting public, at 3-5. The 2 Westworld Power. We'll see what he can do for trainer Kelly Breen.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the maximum security and allowance optional claiming race, for a price of $62,500. 4-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the sloppy main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Norin. Scratch 3, Army Scout. And scratch 4, Blue Jays. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. And a reminder, contrary to the program, no super high five on this sixth event. Main track is sloppy. The turf is yielding. Post time at 6 minutes. The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the sixth race is Milno Hernandez, the groom for number 2, West Willpower. Congratulations.
Taking a look right now at the number 5 horse warming up for this upcoming 6th race. 5 minutes to post. This is Pain for Eddie Keneally. Corey Lannery recently in the same race as the favorite, but far back in the end.
Scott, when you look at this horse on track, he, to me, I know he's had some races over a muddy or a wet surface before in the past. He just looks like a horse that would like these types of track conditions. Kind of has high knee action. You can see him warming up on the track. But he has what we like to call those small kind of teacup-like feet, those cuppy feet that really take a liking to this type of surface. And he also has the class. I don't know what happened to him last time out, but I think he's a sneaky horse in here at 9-2.
6 has some class too. He's 9-1 right now. He was really feeling good when he came out onto this off track. This will be the first time that he's ever run over an off track. He started off his career over in England. When he came here, he was with Kieran McLaughlin, won right off the bat. This horse was purchased for over $1 million, a $1.2 million yearling purchase back at the September sale of 2017. When he's good, he's good. When he doesn't show up, he simply doesn't show up. But based on the way that he's acting, it seems like he is feeling good right now.
That's the thing. He's a Jekyll and Hyde type of horse. You don't know what you're going to get with him in the afternoon. He does look good, but I just can't predict whether or not he's going to show speed out of the gate. I mean, he has before in the past, and then he hasn't, especially last time out. And he actually has had some good races on the turf before in the past. So he is truly just a horse that I can't figure out.
We're 3 minutes away from race number 6 here at Keeneland. It's pick 6 time on this Saturday card.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Maximum Security. Start of the pick 6. Main track is sloppy, turf yielding. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Payne being sent for the early lead. Payne right to the front. Everyone else stacks up across the track contesting that second spot in the opening furlong. And now Alma Shriek will move forward between horses. A lane off the rail into second. Uncle Kick going to third. Up to the far outside within a length of the leader. Front pair separated by a half length. And then Uncle Kick goes third to their outside around the first turn. Payne, Alma Shriek, and then Uncle Kick. West Will Power under a snug hold down toward the inside and fourth. Saving some ground around the turn. Behind that front trio with In Love, fifth alongside of that one, and finally Lord Guinness. Opening quarter, 23.2 seconds. Up the backstretch they go, and here's Alma Shriek starting to draw alongside of Payne once again. Payne still has a neck in front, though. Uncle Kick far outside is still third, 2 lengths off the front pair. West Will Power, fourth down toward the inside, 3 lengths from the front. Then In Love, who's fifth on the outside, and Lord Guinness at the back end of the far turn. Opening half mile was 47.08 seconds. Payne, Alma Shriek, that's the ongoing battle for the lead. West Will Power seeking to join them now. Starts to pick up the tempo and swings toward the outside from third. Payne still has the lead, though, as they work their way toward the quarter pole. West Will Power comes rumbling up on the outside, and West Will Power has taken the lead at the quarter pole. Payne is now 2 lengths behind, 3 lengths behind. In second, Lord Guinness hugs the rail, moves up third to the top of the short stretch, swings toward the outside from there. In Love goes fourth. Alma Shriek is fifth. Uncle Kick is sixth. Final furlong, West Will Power has an 8-length margin now back to Payne. Lord Guinness. In Love is fourth, and Alma Shriek. It is West Will Power with Javier Castellano aboard. West Will Power, much the best in Keeneland's 6th race. Lord Guinness was up for the second spot, followed by Payne in third. In Love was across the wire in fourth.
As easy of a win as you'll see at this level, this meet, I promise you that. West Will Power, the son of Bernardini for Gary and Mary West. He wasn't exactly settled early on, Gabby, down on the inside of horses with 2 out in front of him. But once Javier guided him off the rail and gotten him 3 wide to the outside of these other horses, it was just simply too easy for him.
Kelly Breen said before the race that he hadn't had much experience on a wet racetrack in the morning or the afternoon, and you could tell that he was a little bit green and behind horses. He wanted to go, but Javier Castellano said no, not just yet, and he angled him out into the 3-path, and it was all said and done from there, wrapping up in the end. This is a very nice horse for trainer Kelly Breen and Gary and Mary West. Congratulations to them. He's the winner at 3-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race: 2 West Willpower was first, 1A Lord Guinness was second, 5 Pain was third, 8 In Love was fourth, 2 1A, 5-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Maximum Security, 2 West Willpower, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Kelly Breen, Javier Castellano, the jockey. West Willpower, 4-year-old son of Bernardini, out of Wild Promises by Wild Event, bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables Incorporated. Mile and a 16th over the sloppy main track, 1 minute 43.83 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for Race 6, the Maximum Security. Representing Coolmore, Ms. Helen Otero presents to the connections of West Willpower. Sixth race results official, 2 1A, 5-8. The official results for Keeneland's sixth race. Keeneland's seventh race upcoming, the 90th running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the $300,000 guaranteed all stakes pick 4. Also starts the late pick 5. Main track is listed sloppy. No changes in race 7. Eighth race, the Giants Causeway. Scratch number 4, Dixie and Candyland. Scratch the 4, Dixie and Candyland. The turf is yielding. Race 9, the Stone Street Lexington. Scratch the 8, Ultimate Badger. Scratch number 8, Ultimate Badger. 10th race, the Grade 1 Coolmore Jenny Wiley. No changes in that 10th event. Again, the turf listed yielding. 11th and final race, scratch the 1, Mr. Annoying. That's in the 11th and final race, scratch the 1, Mr. Annoying. Contrary to the program, number 8, Private Network, is a Ridgeling.
Race number 7 starts the $300,000 guaranteed all stakes pick 4 presented by TVG. 50-cent minimum wager. It starts with the Ben Ally and will end with the grade 1 Coolmore Jenny Wiley, which is race number 10. You're taking a look right now at the 3-5 favorite and the horse that this race goes through, that is Night Ops, in my opinion. Brad Cox sends this 5-year-old forward for the 21st time in his career. He's had 2 starts this year at the age of 5. Last year, he was a 3-time winner, a 2-time stakes winner, including taking the Grade 3 Cornhusker handicap at Prairie Meadows back in the summer. And that was at the same distance that he'll be running at here today, 1 mile and an eighth. It really looks to be his best pace scenario and a way for him to succeed. So Night Ops has form at the distance. He has form over and off track. He's 4 for 4 in the money with 2 victories. He deserves to be the 3-5 favorite. There's my second choice, the number 5 horse, Silver Dust, a 7-year-old gelding, son of Tappet, who's had 1 start this year. He's yet to win at Keeneland, but you cannot ignore his class. He's made over $885,000, and that last race sort of came out of nowhere as to why they would try him on turf. My take is that Brett Calhoun needed to get a race into this horse to prep him for something like this, or this race exactly. And so they took what was in front of him. It was a turf race at the fairgrounds. He went, gets a race under his belt, and will build off of that here today. You have to give him a lot of respect at 4-1, given what he's been able to do over the course of his career. He did have a victory last year in the Grade 3 Mine Shaft. Prior to that, he did cross the line in front in the Grade 3 Louisiana Stakes, but was ultimately disqualified. And then he was 5th behind By My Standards, and then ran against some very difficult horses, including competing in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, in which Knicks Go, nobody was beating him on that afternoon. So look for Silver Dust to be at his best today with that race under his belt at Fairgrounds and back on dirt today. And then the number 2 horse, Treasure Trove for Mike Maker. He should be closing. His game is stamina. He's got it. He's run 1.5 miles, 2 miles in his most recent starts, so the 1.1 miles is not going to be an issue whatsoever. And Tyler Gaffleone gets the opportunity to ride this gelding. And Gabby, he has good off-track form as well. He's run 5 times, 2 victories, and he's currently sitting at 5-1.
That's always important. I mention that time and time again. If a horse likes a wet track, they usually keep to form as they continue on, as we are dealing with sloppy conditions on the main track right now. The number 1, Boluminari, is where I land at 9-2. When you look at this field, it's a smaller, compact field. And to me, I want a horse that could have tactical early speed. Now, Boluminari did not show speed last time out. It was a scenario where there are a couple of horses that were trying to vie for that front-running position, and Florent Giroux just casually took this horse back from off of the pace and had a well-timed move to close. And when you watch the race, he did it so easily. Florent Giroux barely had to move his hands on this horse, and he had his ears forward at the wire. So it was a very easy victory. I thought he could have even won by more. So that is a good race to bring him back here against tougher competition. And when you look at his races in the past, say his race at Gulfstream, on the dirt, even his races at Saratoga and at Churchill last year, he can show early speed. He's not that slow, and he gets one of the best speed riders, gate riders there is in Luis Saez. So I can imagine, I hope that Saez is aggressive with this horse coming out of the gate because it is such a compact field. And when you get these compact fields, you want a horse with versatility, a horse that can do anything, close, be on the lead, be mid-pack, and still be successful. And that's exactly what I see from Boluminari. The 4, Sprawl, unfortunately, he is kind of the opposite. He is very pace dependent. He doesn't have much early speed. But his last race was good at the fairgrounds. I've mentioned this before in the past. It can be really difficult to make up ground on the main track at the fairgrounds, but I thought it was a useful first race off the shelf. And now, getting even more distance to the 1.1 miles, I think he could probably be sitting just off the pace of the 1 if the 1 goes. So Sprawl, I think, has some back class, and he probably needed his last race, but his last race was the fastest to date. So I think that's encouraging that this horse might have a pretty nice 4-year-old season ahead of him. And then finally, the 3, Night Ops, is your 3-5 favorite. He's consistently running faster races than the rest of this field. However, his last race that he won was in the Essex on a sloppy sealed track in the Grade 3 Cornhusker, and then prior to that was in the Essex on a sloppy sealed track. So he's dangerous today. extra dangerous because he likes a wet track. He's proven that before in the past. Javier Castellano has been aboard this horse in the past, which I think is encouraging because sometimes it takes him a while to get going. And that is my only concern with him. Why I didn't pick him on top is because he does take a while to get going. And sometimes we see horses have a difficult time of that when it's this smaller, compact field and they have to adjust and be more versatile. He might just win on class alone, but from a tactic standpoint, he might be a bit up against it. And he's on the board right now at 3-5. Your heavy favorite as this race up next is the Grade 3 Ben Ally. And once again, this does kick off that all stakes pick 4 presented by TVG, a $300,000 guarantee.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 8th race, scratch number 7, Carrick. Again, looking ahead to Keeneland's 8th race, scratch number 7, Carrick. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 90th running of the Ben Ally Stakes. Grade 3 for 4-year-olds and up, a mile and an eighth over the main track listed Sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the $300,000 guaranteed all stakes pick 4, and start of the late pick 5 as well. No changes in race 7. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes. Main track is Sloppy, the turf listed Yielding. Let's meet the starters for the Ben Ally. One is Beau Luminare, owned by Linda Pavey, trained by Rudolph Brisset. Luis Saez, the jockey. 2, Treasure Trove, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Staudiker, trained by Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffalione is up. 3, Night Ops, owned by Steve Landers Racing LLC of Steve Landers, trained by Brad Cox. Javier Castellano to ride. 4, Sprawl, owned by the Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock, owned also by Adele Dilschneider, trained by Tom Drury Jr. Brian Hernandez Jr. is the jockey. And 5, Silver Dust, races for Tom Durant, trainer Brett Calhoun, jockey Adam Beschizza. 6 minutes until post. The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race, William Murray, the groom for number 3, Night Ops. William, congratulations.
Six minutes away from the Ben Ali, they started the All-Stakes Pick 4 guaranteed at $300,000 presented by TVG. And a nice warm-up for Treasure Trove as he was the first one to really engage in the warm-up away from the post parade.
And sometimes we see jockeys give horses a really strong warm-up in the afternoon because they want their horses to break running. They want their horses to be forwardly placed. Sometimes trainers suggest warm this horse up. He's just better once the gates open. I don't think this warm-up suggests that this horse is going to be forwardly placed because he just doesn't really have that much early speed. But I like to see him kind of get over the main track, the sloppy conditions, and he's just kind of gliding over the top of the surface.
The number 4 horse, Sprawl, is 7-1. Tom Drury Jr. sends this colt forward. Drury sent out another runner earlier today that ran very well for these same connections, Claiborne Farm and Adele Dilschneider. There he is after a quick little warm-up for him. He had a wide trip in his most recent race, but here's some pedigree, too, that always seems to work out on and off track. City Zip, he's the son of City Zip. He did run on and off track back in 2019, but that wasn't a very good race, which included Necker Island and now Silver State, who's really come on for Steve Asmussen as of late.
City Zip has always been one of my favorite stallions because we can see them do anything. Sprint on the turf, dirt, go long on the dirt, sprint on the dirt. And this horse has been pretty versatile in his own right. My only concern with him is that he just doesn't have a lot of early speed, and he could be taken out of a comfortable position early, considering the fact that this is only a 5-horse field.
And then Silver Dust, the number 5 horse, the veteran, the 7-year-old gelding, who was last seen running here at Keeneland in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. No match for those runners on that day, but that was a very tough Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile in his defense.
I don't like that he hasn't shown speed as of late. He's a horse that in the past actually used to be forwardly placed. However, he does look very classy on the track. And you know the old adage, bet a gray on a rainy day.
And it certainly is raining. We're 3 minutes away from race number 7, the start of the All-Stakes Pick 4. It's the Grade 3 Ben Ali from Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the 90th running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3. Start of the $300,000 guaranteed All Stakes Pick 4, and also start of the late Pick 5. Main track sloppy, turf yielding. They are at the post. They're off at the Ben Ally. There goes Sprawl. Sprawl comes out running for the lead. Beau Luminare is there toward the inside. Night Ops comes away in third. Silver Dust was off a step slowly, but moves up now on the outside. 3 lanes off the rail. Fourth to third to second within a length of the lead around the first turn. And Treasure Trove drops to the back in the 5th position. Sprawl is the leader. Sprawl against the rail leads at 3/4 of a length. Silver Dust goes second by a length and a half. Beau Luminare third against the rail by a neck. Night Ops is fourth on the outside of that one. Break of 3.5 more lengths back to Treasure Trove, who's last. 23.79 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Up the backstretch they go in the Ben Ally. It is Sprawl who shows the way. Sprawl leads it by almost a full length. Silver Dust is second by a length to Beau Luminare. Third and neck. Night Ops fourth up on the outside, and 2 more back to Treasure Trove, who brings up the back, but right there with the rest as they move for the far turn. The first half mile went in 47.63 seconds. So Sprawl and Silver Dust now. Silver Dust right alongside of Sprawl. That's the battle for the lead. Night Ops is third on the outside by just ahead. Beau Luminare is in fourth, and Treasure Trove is fifth, looking to the far outside. 3.5 lengths off the front pair. Around the far turn, Silver Dust has the lead by a neck. Sprawl is in second. Beau Luminare looking for running room in third. Night Ops is fourth with a 1/4 mile to go, and Treasure Trove is a wide fifth as they turn for home. Silver Dust with a narrow lead. Beau Luminare outside, Sprawl to the inside, and then Night Ops and Treasure Trove far outside. These 5 line up across the track in the final furlong. Sprawl is running a game race down to the rail. Beau Luminare is there. Silver Dust is there. Silver Dust ahead in front once again. Beau Luminare. Night Ops is running late on the outside. Silver Dust in front at the line. Silver Dust wins it by a neck for Adam Beschizza.
His class comes through in the Ben Ally. That is Silver Dust, the 7-year-old son of Tappet, picking up his first win here at Keeneland Racecourse. And he had to work for it because the horse to his inside, Sprawl, was as game as can be after he made the lead.
Pace scenario did not play out how I predicted it to be. I did think that Silver Dust would be forwardly placed, did not expect Sprawl to be on the lead, and he had to put away Sprawl and then hold off the late challenges from both Beau Luminare and the favorite Night Ops. This was a big performance from this horse. You mentioned, Scott, he's got some back class, and it resurfaces here today for trainer Brett Calhoun and owner Tom Durant. Congratulations to the connections.
Photo finish. Hold all tickets. In the photo, 5 Silver Dust was first, 3 Night Ops was second, 1 Bow Luminari third, and 4 Sprawl was fourth, 5-3-1-4. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, 90th running of the Ben Ally Grade 3, 5 Silver Dust, owned by Tom Durant, trained by Brett Calhoun, Adam Beschitza, the jockey. Silver Dust, 7-year-old gelded son of Tappet out of Falare Loro by Hard Spun, bred in Kentucky by Don Alberto Corporation. Keeneland sales grad gets the 9 furlongs over the sloppy main track, 1 minute 50.21 seconds. Race 7, results official, 5-3-1-4, the official results. Representative Suzanne Miles makes the trophy presentation for the Ben Ally Stakes.
It's Silver Dust showing his class here today in the Ben Ally. Adam Beschitza, Jade joining me, the assistant to Brett Calhoun. And Adam, how were you able to get him up here today against a tough group of horses that were so compact at the end of this race?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? He's a very talented animal, and he's proven at this level. You know, these small fields, I feel like he gets a hold of the race a lot easier. And today he had a nice stalking position, and he had a hold of the race at the right time, and he took the bull by the horns, and he dug deep. And thank you very much to Mr. Durant and Mr. Calhoun. I know he's got a busy day at Oaklawn today, but this for sure lifted his spirits, and just want to thank them very much for keeping faith in me.
Job well done, Adam.
Thank you.
It had been some time, well, he'd never won here. Let's just start there at Keeneland, and he'd get to win on an off track. What do you think the difference was today, Jade?
I just think he's been good lately. He's been ready to throw a race like this, and Brett's done a great job with him. 5-horse field, outside trip the whole way, and I think he really liked the track and liked the going, so it was a good deal.
Sure did. Silver Dust, best today in a good group in the Grade 3 Ben Ally.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. The Giants Causeway Stakes. The turf is listed yielding. Double and pick 3 wagering. This also will start the late pick 4. Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 also featured here. Scratch the 4, Dixie and Candyland. Also scratch the 7, Carrick. Scratch the 4, Dixie and Candyland. Also scratch the 7, Carrick. Looking ahead to the 9th race, Stone Street, Lexington, scratch 8, Ultimate Badger. That's the 9th race, scratch 8, Ultimate Badger. 10th race, the Grade 1 Coolmore Jenny Wiley, again the turf yielding. No changes in race 10. 11th and final event, scratch the 1, Mr. Annoying. That's in the 11th. And final race, scratch number 1, Mr. Annoying. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 8, Private Network, is a Ridgeling.
This is the Giants Causeway Stakes for fillies and mares 3 and up, $100,000. They'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the yielding turf course. And don't forget, this race does start the late pick 4. We had the all stakes pick 4 start with the Ben Ally. We have one more pick 4 with the 11 race card for you to tackle here on this Keeneland Saturday. Into Mystic is even money from the rail for Chris Coleman and Brad King. Those are the owners of this daughter of Into Mischief. Brendan Walsh is her conditioner, and Brendan's done a wonderful job with her. She is a mare that can handle these conditions. She was able to win over soft going at Ellis in the Kentucky Downs preview ladies sprint, which we were there on that afternoon, and even ran a very good third over soft ground, which has been storied. There have been plenty of stories coming out of the Kentucky Downs Day of how really soft it was. So she handled that course, and she was third behind Got Stormy, the wonderful race filly of Mark Cassie's, and now Spendthrift Farm now has acquired her. But the bottom line is her consistency is top notch. She was second last time out in a race in mid-February that was taken off the turf course. She was beaten by LZ, who's back in this race. But Into Mystic with Irad, she is a 6-5 favorite in here for the reasons that we just discussed, and the fact that she's been so good all over the place. Even, you got to consider, this is a mare that won going 870 yards at Los Alamitos on an evening quarter horse card and did so by 5 lengths. She is just talented. She tries every single time that she races. So Into Mystic, my top play, 6-5 right now. Then LZ, the 3. If you were here on October 15th of last fall here at Keeneland, or had the chance to watch this race, 47-1 was the price that she went off at. And Chris Hartman said that day that I am going to win this race. In fact, Gabby and I were sitting on the front side, no fans in the grandstand, but we're sitting with Dwayne Lucas, and Dwayne Lucas told us that Chris Hartman told him he was going to win that race, and he did. And that was no fluke, because since then she's won 2 stakes races. She was second in a stake behind Into Mystic at the fairgrounds. We'll see if she can handle these kinds of conditions, though. That's the question for a filly with her kind of speed. She caught good courses and ran well, but good down to yielding is a much different scenario. But you've got to respect her, and the role she's on, 4-1, is her current price. And then finally, on the outside, the number 10 horse, my third choice, Jakarta, for Mike Maker and 3 Diamonds Farm. She's a mare that she's caught yielding ground in the past. It wasn't the best, but she was running against Newspaper of Record in June of 2020 in the Intercontinental. She was almost a winner in the Buffalo Trace Franklin County, right there with Into Mystic and Got Stormy back in the October meet here at Keeneland. We'll see what Saez opts to do from the outside draw. I'm sure that she'll have some sort of good early position if everything goes as planned. She currently sits at 7-2.
Scott, you and I both agree on the one, Into Mystic, as does the betting public at 6-5. She's just too good. And like you said, she's got proven turf form over a soft turf, over a good turf, over a firm course. She can really handle anything that's put her way. The thing about her, she did lose last time out at 70 cents to the dollar. She's been capable on the dirt in the past, but she is simply a better turf horse, and she likes this course here at Keeneland. So Irad Ortiz Jr., another layer to this is that he is one of the better turf sprint riders that I have seen, because he is aggressive. He always knows where to position his horses. So I think his riding style at 5.5 furlongs, or turf sprints in general, is really going to complement this mare nicely. The number 3, LZ, is the speed. She's very fast. She could have a little early pressure from the 10 Jakarta. And when you look at turf sprint races, usually there's an overabundance of speed, and I don't really see that in this race. I think it will come from the 3 LZ or the 10 Jakarta, and to be honest, LZ is probably just a touch faster than she is, so she could be a big threat if she winds up being loose on the lead. She is classy in her own right, and likely the biggest threat to the favorite. And then the 10 Jakarta for Mike Maker, that was a huge race last time out. I've always thought that she was a one-turn sprinter, but the fact that they stretched her out in distance in the Grade 3 Honey Fox, she was able to rate nicely, or settle nicely, I should say, on the front end, and still have enough left in the tank to only lose by a half length to some of the top turf miler fillies in the country, like Got Stormy and Zafel. I was just really shocked by her performance that day. Even if you look at her back form, I thought she ran a really good race in the Grade 3 Buffalo Trace Franklin County right here at Keeneland against Into Mystic and Got Stormy. So she does have class. And to be honest, I don't mind that outside draw for her. I think she might have the upper hand in terms of where she needs to be positioned. So some really top-class turf sprinters in here. If you're looking for a price, maybe don't overlook the 2 In Good Spirits. I gave this filly a long, hard look, and I've always thought that she wanted 2 turns on the turf, but her last race was good. She showed a nice, potent late kick. I'm talking about the speed that could develop, and maybe she could come with a nice run under Miguel Mena late. But we'll take a look at these fillies and mares as they're going to be walking over to the front side in just a minute, as we are 11 minutes out from race 8. Once again, the Giants Causeway. This race does kick off the final pick 4 opportunity of the day.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 24th running of the Giants Causeway Stakes. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed yielding. Temporary rail is down today. Double pick 3 and also start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 4, Dixie and Candyland, and also scratch 7, Carrick. Post time at 7 minutes. Now let's meet the field for the Giants Causeway. Number 1, Into Mystic, is owned by Chris Coleman and Brad King. The trainer, Brendan Walsh. The jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. 2, In Good Spirits, owned by Balmar Equine LLC of Paul Varga, trained by Al Stahl Jr., jockey Miguel Mena. 3, LZ, owned by M-Bar O LLC of J.D. Osgood, trained by Chris Hartman, Mitchell Murrell to ride. 4 is scratched. 5 is Fashionable Lady, owned by Dennis Alfieri, James T. Duffy, Ernest Ellison, and Bantry Farms LLC of trainer Michael Ann Ewing, the jockey Rafi El Bejarano. 6, A Bit of Both, owned by Michael Dubb, by Madicat Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, by Darsan Incorporated of Darrell Clark, by the Bethlehem Stables of Michael Caruso, owned also by David Simon, trainer Mike Maker, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 7 is scratched. 8, Change of Control, owned by Horseshoe Racing LLC of Perry Harrison, trained by Michelle Lovell. Colby Hernandez is up. 9, Ooh Barracuda, owned by Blake Kelly, who is also the trainer. The jockey is James Graham. 10, Jakarta, owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff. The trainer, Mike Maker. The jockey, Luis Saez. Post time at 5 minutes. The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the 8th race is Anton Gonzalez, the groom for number 1, Into Mystic. Congratulations, Anton.
There are some fit fillies and mares getting set to run here in the Giants Causeway Stakes, which you need to be at this level of competition. And Into Mystic, I hate to use the cliche, Gabby, but she is fit as a fiddle for this race here at Keeneland.
You went there, Scott. Oh, the 6 is loose on the main track. A bit of both is currently running the wrong way, Scott. So she did unseat her rider, Tyler Gaffleone, and she is trying to be corralled by one of the outriders right now. Hopefully they can catch her. Just saw her out of the corner of my eye here for a minute, and she is rolling around the track. So we'll keep you up to date on that, and it does look like they've kind of cornered her, and hopefully we'll be able to grab the rein here in a moment. Yes. Okay, they've caught her, so that is a good sign. Hopefully we can get eyes on Tyler Gaffleone here in a minute, but they have caught the number 6, a bit of both. Curious to see what happens here, Scott.
Let's move along with the discussion here. The number 5 horse, Fashionably Lady, another one that looks very fit. She hasn't raced at this level of competition in the sprint distances, but she is a nice-looking declaration of war filly for Michael Ann Ewing.
Well, you mentioned some very fit fillies, and not only do you have to be fit to compete at this level in this turf sprint, but also over this heavy going, and I thought that she did look fit. There's no horse in this race that looks more fit than your 6-5 favorite, though, in Into Mystic.
Change of Control, the 8, 13-1. Another one that makes a nice appearance out there as she warms up with Colby Hernandez.
Michelle Lovell does an amazing job with preparing her horses for the afternoon. This filly's not the biggest filly you've ever seen, but I don't mind that. She should be able to skip over these conditions just fine, and making a nice appearance. Ears forward, looks very focused today.
As does Jakarta. When we last saw her just in front of us, we'll take a look at the number 10 horse, who is currently 7-2, and she's settled in right now with Luis Saez.
Yeah, when you look at the fillies and mares on the track, I would give her, the second place, the second place ribbon here in terms of physical appearances, but the blue ribbon, in my opinion, in terms of their presence today, is still on the 6-5 favorite Into Mystic.
The Giants Causeway Stakes is 3 minutes from right now.
Your attention, please. Late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race. Scratch number 6, a bit of both. Late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race. Scratch number 6, a bit of both. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 24th running of the Giants Causeway Stakes. Start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off in the Giants Causeway. LZ, quick into stride, comes right out for the lead. Into Mystic is there to the inside, in good spirits, up close in between horses. And there goes Jakarta, moving by to the outside to take over the second spot and tries to draw alongside the leader. LZ against the rail, leads at a half length. Jakarta second, a length and a half. Into Mystic, third by a neck, just to the inside of In Good Spirits, between horses. In fourth, a half length. Change of Control, going to be wide to the far turn. In fifth, Fashionable Lady, sixth toward the inside. Ooh, Barracuda is at the back. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat. Around the far turn, Into Mystic tries to find an opening down next to the rail. LZ still leads it, though. Jakarta's there on the outside. Into Mystic third, a length off the lead down toward the inside, a quarter mile to come. Then a gap of 2 more lengths to In Good Spirits in fourth. Change of Control swings toward the outside in fifth. Into Mystic up the inside and has the lead at the 8th pole. Change of Control down the outside. Jakarta third between that pair. Can Into Mystic hold off Change of Control? Change of Control is trying. A length between them. Now here's Change of Control alongside. Change of Control and Colby Hernandez rally to win the Giants Causeway. Into Mystic was home second. And then further back close for third, Jakarta or In Good Spirits.
Change of Control absolutely unleashes a tremendous run down the stretch to run down Into Mystic, who was in hand as she turned for home. It looked like Irad was just going to open up on this group. He does for a moment, but here comes Change of Control at odds of 8-1.
Exactly. Irad started to get after this horse a little bit late, and he just didn't have any horse left into Mystic. But Change of Control, man, she was rolling like a freight train. Congratulations to Michelle Lovell. She's done a fantastic job with this filly.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 8 Change of Control was first, 1 Into Mystic second, 10 Jakarta was third, 2 In Good Spirits fourth, and 5 Fashionable Lady was fifth. 8-1-10-2-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, 24th running of the Giants Causeway Stakes, number 8 Change of Control, owned by Horseshoe Racing LLC of Perry Harrison, trained by Michelle Lovell. And congratulations to Michelle, 500th career victory. The winning jockey is Colby Hernandez. Change of Control, a 5-year-old daughter of Fed Biz out of America's Blossom by Quiet American, bred in Kentucky by Mr. John O'Meara. Keeneland sales grad gets the 5.5 furlongs over the yielding turf, 1 minute 4.48 seconds. The results are official. 8-1-10-2-5. Official results of Keeneland's 8th race. Now the trophy presentation for the Giants Causeway Stakes, representing Coolmore and Mr. Adrian Wallace, presents to the connections of Change of Control.
Change of control was insane down the lane for Michelle Level and Colby Hernandez. And Colby, congratulations on your first stakes win here at Keeneland. First of all, where was this filly and what was she doing early on in the race?
Well, she broke very well and put me in a great position. I was sitting about third or fourth, right on the outside, and then top of the lane. I tipped her out and made her switch lead, and she just run on.
How quick did she get into her best stride?
When she switched over to her right lead, she ran on. She really kicked on whenever she switched.
How special is it to pick up your first stakes win here at Keeneland Racecourse?
Yes, it is nice. Thank you, Michelle.
Congratulations, Colby.
Thank you.
Michelle, your first stakes win here at Keeneland, but certainly not your first win, as we heard from Kurt Becker. 500 career victories. How special is it to get it here at Keeneland?
It's really special to get it at Keeneland, and it's really special to get it with this filly. She's been really the most honest horse, and she just ran so great today. And we weren't expecting her to be able to run them down on a soft turf, so she proved us wrong. She always wins at a long odds anyway, so she's a champ to me.
Did you expect her to run a big race coming into the day?
Yeah, she's been training really well, and she ran a super race off the turf last time when she doesn't relish the dirt at all. And she came out of the race super. She's been really good. We took the blinkers off of her, and maybe that helped a little too. So, yeah, I expected her to run well. We didn't know we were going to win, though. It's nice.
Enjoy this big day.
Thank you so much.
Change of control was sensational, to say the least, and congratulations to Michelle Level and Colby Hernandez for their milestone wins here at Keeneland Racecourse coming in the Giants Causeway.
Thank you, Scott. Change of control, a granddaughter of Giants Causeway winning the Giants Causeway Stakes. Keeneland's ninth race upcoming. It's the 39th running of the Stone Street Lexington. Double and pick three wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 of $1,095. Scratch number 8, Ultimate Badger. Number 8, Ultimate Badger has been scratched. Main track is listed sloppy. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Looking ahead to the 10th race, turf is yielding. No changes in the 10th, the Grade 1 Coolmore Jenny Wiley. And looking to race 11, scratch the 1, Mr. Annoying. Again, scratch number 1, Mr. Annoying. And contrary to the program, the 8 private network is a Ridgeling.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratiner and takes the lead.
Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes is next for 3-year-olds, and they are set to run in 19 minutes over the sloppy main track. And we're looking right now at the number 2 horse, my top selection, Swift Shore, who actually opened up as the favorite over Proxy just a few minutes back once the tote board turned over. He's taking a lot of attention at odds of 3-1. And this is a colt that is unbeaten in 2 sprint races. He is bred to go a route of ground by Uncle Mo. He was very fast in both of those sprint races and pretty much untested once he starts to lay it down. So Steve Asmussen for Sienna Farm and AsmussenEquine.com. Irad Ortiz Jr. gets the opportunity to ride this colt. Looks like a very straightforward runner from what we've seen from him in his 2 starts, the one at Fairgrounds and the one at Oaklawn. He is 3-1 right now. I'm not surprised at the action, but I'm a bit surprised that he did open up over the favorite Proxy, who is now back up to 3-1. He's a horse that was installed as the 6-5 morning line favorite, my second selection in here, the son of Tappet. In fact, the half-brother to Michelin, who will be one of the headliners for the upcoming Grade 1 Coolmore Jenny Wiley. But Proxy ran through the series at Fairgrounds in New Orleans, the Lecomte Risen Star and Louisiana Derby, and was not disrespected whatsoever. They added blinkers last time out to him in the Louisiana Derby at the recommendation of Johnny Velasquez because he had lost a bit of focus around going into the final turn in the Risen Star. Didn't quite get him over the hump, but Gabby will have more on that in just a moment and what they've been doing with those blinkers, trying to adjust them. But Proxy, he has been tested the most of any of these runners in here, and that goes a long way in any sport, and obviously in this great sport of thoroughbred horse racing. And then Bezos, the number 3 horse, he is 4-1 right now for Bob Baffert, SF Racing, and Madacat Racing and Starlight Racing. He's a horse that was billed as the next giant to come out of the Bob Baffert barn, so much so that he was heavily bet in debut, and he was heavily bet in the future books before he'd even raced. He did not run well on debut, but once they got him to a route of ground, Gabby, it was a different story, and this colt should be able to thrive in these longer distance races as he stretches out to a mile and a 16th. Beware of Bezos out of the Bob Baffert barn, who rarely surfaces it here during the Keeneland spring or fall meet.
He is a massive horse. And speaking about those stats, Scott, Bob Baffert has only started 6 horses here at Keeneland over the course of the past 5 years. Now, that is outside of the Breeders' Cup. Of course, he would have bring more horses for the Breeders' Cup, but collected actually won the Lexington back in 2016. West Coast was second in the 2017 Lexington. So what he's brought for this race, they have run well. And Bezos is big. He's very, very big. So I think the added distance will certainly help him. But he's got everything in the right places. Although he is a very large horse, he's a beautifully put together horse. I did go to the 7 Proxy as the top pick here for Mike Stidham, and Scott was mentioning the blinkers. This horse can be very quirky in the afternoon. He can be mischievous. He likes to have fun. At the expense of maybe Johnny Velasquez, because Johnny Velasquez told me a little bit earlier today that he can be a handful in the afternoon in the post parade. You really have to get tied on. So what they did with him, Johnny Velasquez suggested to put the blinkers on after he rode him in the Risen Star. He kind of just spins his wheels on the backside. So they put the blinkers on him last time out. It was a 3/4 cup blinker. Now that's pretty covered up, but today they're opening up the blinker to a French cup blinker. So he has more perspective. They're opening up the blinker, which could ultimately help him. Sometimes horses need to see a little bit of their competition, but continue that focus. So I just like the fact that he's been tested, and this just seems like the right type of field for him to break through against Graded Stakes Company for the first time. The 2 Swiftsure, he's a beautiful horse, and I don't think distance should be a problem for him. I'm just very surprised by how calm he is. He just kind of seems so docile, and sometimes we see that with some of Asmussen's really talented sprinters in the afternoon, but very surprised to see this horse so quiet today. We'll see if he can pick things up on the main track once we get through the post braid, but he does look incredibly fit. The 6 Hockey Dad is my long shot runner in here. I know he spent most of his career going against Calbreds, but his last race I thought was a breakthrough performance. I know he finished 3rd in there, but he ran well from an outside draw, and I think he could sit the right trip under Mario Gutierrez to maybe just stalk the pace today. The 6 Hockey Dad will throw into the mix as well. Good group of 3-year-olds with Derby points on the line, 20 qualifying points to the winner of the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington, which is coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 39th running of the Stone Street Lexington, a Grade 3 stakes for 3-year-olds, a mile and a 16th over the sloppy main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $1,095. Scratch the 8. Ultimate Badger number 8 is scratched. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Post time, 7 minutes. Let's meet the field for the Stone Street Lexington. 1 Noble Reflection, owned by Calvin Wynn and Joey Tran, trained by Richard Baltus. Javier Castellano is the jockey. 2 Swift Sure, owned by Sienna Farm LLC of Anthony Manganero, owned also by AsmussenEquine.com of Cash Asmussen, trained by Steve Asmussen. Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. 3 Bezos, owned by SF Racing LLC of Gavin Murphy, owned also by Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, by Mataket Stable LLC of Saul Kuman, Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, owned also by Golconda Stables of Ben Goldberg and others, trained by Bob Baffert, the jockey Drayden Van Dyke. 4 It's My House, owned by Doug Gans, Gary Jacobs, Larry Katz, and Kevin Riggs, trained by Bob Hess Jr. Umberto Rispoli will ride. 5 Unbridled Honor, owned by the Whisper Hill Farm LLC of Amanda Pope, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey Julian Leperoux. 6 Hockey Dad, owned by Redham Racing LLC of J. Paul Redham, Doug O'Neill, the trainer, Mario Gutierrez, the jockey. 7 Proxy, races for Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Michael Stidham, jockey John Velasquez. Number 8 is scratched. 9 is King Fury, owned by the Fern Circle Stables of Paul Fireman. 3 Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. And 10 Starin' in My Dreams, owned by the Stewart Racing Stable of Dallas Stewart, by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Luis Saez. Post time at 5 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 9th race is Victor Torres, the groom for number 5, Unbridled Honor. Victor, congratulations. Presented by Bluegrass Farm Charities, an organization devoted to providing health and human services to people working in all aspects of the thoroughbred racing industry in central Kentucky. Stone Street is pleased to make a matching $500 charitable donation to Bluegrass Farm Charities to support their efforts in the thoroughbred industry.
Five minutes out from the Stone Street Lexington Stakes, and there's another look at the number 2 horse, Swift Shore, who continues to be as even as a horse can possibly be. You mentioned it on the other side, Gabby. He was very even, very mellow in the post braid, and I think the same can be said as we watch him warm up.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, Scott, because I have never seen him before in the past. Maybe he's acted like this for both of his wins. A lot of the time it can be a good thing if that's their normal demeanor, but if he wasn't like that in his last 2 starts and he is today, then it's a negative. But if physically, he looks fantastic. He has just been very calm and mellow, which I would say, Scott, is probably a good thing considering he's not kind of an over-the-top sprinter. Mentally, you have to have that constitution to be able to get 2 turns, and at least today appears that he has it.
The 3 horse Bezos, you wouldn't want to get into a street fight with this burly son of Empire Maker. Can exactly see what you were talking about on the other side as well, Gabby, when he was in the paddock. He is a bruiser type of colt, and watch out if he's coming at you down the lane.
He is the biggest horse by far in this race. But I mentioned that he's not big and awkward. He's big and beautiful. Everything's put together in the right spots, and he should improve with this added distance. I guess, you know, he's bred to handle the sloppy sealed track, and he could take another step forward, but is that step forward going to be good enough to beat the best contenders in here?
7-horse Proxy, he's already got 34 Kentucky Derby points. He's looking to add to that tally. If he's to win, he would come away with 54 in total. And we'll see if this tinkering with the blinkers can get him over the hump.
Now, Mike Stidham told me that he was outfitted with these new blinkers for his most recent work, and that work was a bullet drill right here at Keeneland, which I think is encouraging. And another layer to this is that he has a tendency to be a bad actor in the afternoon in the post parade, and I have not seen that from him here yet. And also want to talk about the number 10, Starrin' in My Dreams, for trainer Dallas Stewart. I had the opportunity to speak to Dallas in the paddock, and he said his works have been really, really good. He was extremely impressed with this horse's most recent work at Churchill Downs. So maybe this is a horse that can turn things around coming up from the fairgrounds. I know they've been a bit disappointed in his performances in the Risen Star and the Louisiana Derby, but he looked like he was promising as a 2-year-old. And on top of that, he is a winner on a sloppy sealed track. That's where he won the first level allowance race. So I wouldn't be surprised if a Dallas Stewart horse upset this field, or at least ran into the mix. So maybe he's one to consider, the number 10, Starrin' in My Dreams. The Grade 3, Stone Street, Lexington, just a few minutes out.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 39th running of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes, Grade 3. First wire, they are at the post. They're off in the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. Here comes Bezos out running for the lead. Noble Reflection is there to the inside, and Swift Sure up close in between that pair. Noble Reflection, the leader, as they head down to the first turn. Bezos going to back away to the outside. Swift Sure moves up into that second spot just off the leader's flank. Bezos goes wide at third. Starrin' in My Dreams is away fourth, angles down toward the rail to try to save some ground around the first turn. Hockey Dad is in fifth. It's My House is sixth. Proxy goes seventh. King Fury is eighth. Unbridled Honor, last of the nine, after an opening quarter in 22.39 seconds. Noble Reflection, the leader. Noble Reflection on top, 3/4 of a length. Swift Sure second by 3/4 of a length. Bezos third up on the far outside. Gap of two. Starrin' in My Dreams. Midpoint of the backstretch is fourth. A break of five. Hockey Dad, It's My House. King Fury to their inside. Proxy going to have to go to the center of the track and will likely be caught wide onto the far turn. Still running nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Unbridled Honor is at the back. 45.87 seconds. The time for that opening half mile. Noble Reflection, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Swift Sure takes aim again at the leader. Bezos has lost some ground. Starring in My Dreams moves up around the outside third. King Fury moves by to the inside in fourth. They're at the quarter pole. Proxy wide around the turn is still 8 from the front. Top of the stretch, Noble Reflection with King Fury moving off the rail and Starring in My Dreams swinging up to the outside. Unbridled Honor goes to fourth. Still 6 from the lane. King Fury goes to the front with Starring in My Dreams in second. Unbridled Honor third up on the outside. Final furlong of the Stone Street Lexington. King Fury against the rail, 3-length lead. Unbridled Honor second. Starring in My Dreams third. Proxy is fourth. King Fury, Brian Hernandez Jr. to win the Stone Street Lexington.
How many times have we seen trainer Kenny McPeak strike when he's least expected to? And that's what he does here with King Fury at odds of 18-1. He takes the blinkers off. This horse relaxes off of an extremely fast pace. And Brian Hernandez gets a good finish in order to take this grade 3.
And he also loved the conditions of the track today. Whereas you could see some other horses in here struggling with the surface. This is the son of Keeneland, and he loved every bit of the sloppy track here this afternoon. King Fury with a big upset wins at 18-1 for trainer Kenny McPeak. 9, 5, 10, 7 unofficially across the board for the Stone Street Lexington.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. 9, King Fury was first. 5, Unbridled Honor was second. 10, Starring in My Dreams third. 7, Proxy was fourth. And 1, Noble Reflection fifth. 9, 5, 10, 7, 1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th race, 39th running of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes Grade 3, number 9, King Fury. Owned by Fern Circle Stables of Paul Fireman, owned also by Three Chimneys Farm LLC of Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Kenny McPeak. The winning jockey is Brian Hernandez Jr. King Fury, a 3-year-old son of Keeneland out of Terrace by Flatter, bred in Kentucky by Hyder Family Stables LLC. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 43.5 seconds. Race 9, results official. 9, 5, 10, 7, 1, the official results for Keeneland's 9th race. Now the trophy presentation. Ms. Barbara Banke presents the Stone Street Lexington Trophy to the connections of King Fury.
King Fury proves best in the Stone Street Lexington. Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., the team behind this colt. And Brian, the pace was ridiculous. Did you have a sense that they were going as fast as they were?
They were going fast, and my horse, he actually jumped away from there really, really good. And then going around the first turn, he kind of went to hopping up and down from the dirt. But once he got down to the fence, and midway down the backside, he went to traveling so good. I got to the 5/8 pole, and I was like, man, they're in trouble from this point, because he was just doing it the right way and traveling and taking us the whole way. And it was so powerful today as well that I knew I'd just be able to pick my way through like we did, and he was just there for me the whole way.
I was going to say, how'd you avoid all the speed that was backing up to you?
That's just it. We had enough horse to where he was there for me, and I was able to just kind of know where I needed to be before we got to that sport.
Great job, Brian.
Thank you. Thanks, God.
Kenny, you have a knack for striking when least expected. And here it is again with King Fury. How are you able to do this?
This has always been a really, really good horse. You know, we were a little aggressive with him last fall. I'm going to give a big tip of the hat to the Three Chimneys team. They said, hey, send him to us for a little while. Let's give him a little break. He needed it. You know, we tested him at the highest levels, and he came back bigger and stronger. And, you know, I'm really proud of everybody involved. I've got a great team of guys that helped me. And I channeled a little Alice Chandler today, because what a fantastic woman she's been for horse racing. And it's an awesome win for Paul Fireman and his family. I wish he was here. I think he's playing golf in Dominican right now. But it's a good day.
Kenny, it's probably a little too late to get to the Derby with 20 points, but his daddy did all right in the Preakness Stakes. Is that on the table?
You know, we'll check him after this race. I mean, I think he's going to handle a mile and a quarter without any trouble. Whether he gets in, it's out of our control. We'll see how he bounces out. Yeah, we think a mile and a quarter would be great. We'll look at the opposition. The Preakness is even a great race, too. It could be either or, but it'd definitely be one or the other.
Great job, Kenny.
Thanks.
King Fury takes the Stone Street Lexington over the sloppy course today.
Keeneland's 10th race upcoming. It's the 33rd running of the Grade 1 Coolmore, Jenny Wiley. The turf is yielding. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 10. Looking ahead to the 11th and final race, a reminder, scratch the 1, Mr. Annoying. Scratch number 1, Mr. Annoying. Contrary to the program, number 8, Private Network, is a Ridgeling. And there will be a carryover in that 11th race for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5 of $3,863.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law is gonna win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's gonna win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law. New to Coolmore America.
This is the Grade 1 feature of the Saturday afternoon, the Grade 1 Coolmore Jenny Wiley, 15 minutes to post. We're looking at the ultra-consistent Juliet Foxtrot, who's won 5 of 19. She's made over $520,000 for Juddmonte and Brad Cox. She's 3 for 3 in the money here at Keeneland Racecourse. Simply put, I think she gets the jump on the rest of these classy fillies in here. She was 3rd in the Jenny Wiley behind Julia Olympica and two-time winner Rushing Fall back during the summer meet. Juliet Foxtrot for me on top. Micheline is the one. She will be back behind chasing Juliet Foxtrot. She's run here once in the past at Keeneland. That was at the end of her 3-year-old season in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup to Harvey's Little Goyle. She ran a credible second. She's come back with the win at the age of 4, going 1 1/8. We'll see how she handles this here today. She's run well on good courses, but we'll see how she handles the yielding going that is going to be thrown at her in 15 minutes' time. And then Tama here is the number 2 horse for Madacat Stables and Swift Thoroughbreds. Trainer Chad Brown has 2 in here. He's won this race 4 times. He's won the last 3 renewals of the Coolmore Jenny Wiley. And this is a filly that if she can handle this soft going, or yielding going, I should say, should be able to close. And there's no reason to think that she can't, Gabby, because she was running over in France over soft ground. And that is way, way more soft than what she's facing here today over this yielding turf course at Keeneland. So Juliet Foxtrot on top, 3-1-2 in the Coolmore Jenny Wiley.
Juliet Foxtrot looks very fit today for trainer Brad Cox, and the problem with her in the past and why she hasn't necessarily won is because she's just simply faced faster fillies in the afternoon. She's had to chase faster fillies. I don't see any other horse in here fast enough to run with her early. You don't see horses in here like Newspaper of Record, the horse that she had to chase in the Distaff Turf Mile at Churchill last year going the mile. So I think she has the tactical advantage. What's interesting is that I was talking to one of our colleagues earlier who had interviewed Florent Giroux after the Grade 3 Gallarette when she won over the yielding going at Pimlico, and Florent said that she did not like the conditions of the turf that day. She just won off of class alone. So something to consider as she will be on yielding ground today. The number 1, Micheline, she looks great. She probably looks even better than she did last time out. She's dappled. She looks tighter, fitter. Great looking horse here in the paddock, and she is the class for trainer Mike Stidham. The 2 Tamahair for trainer Chad Brown. She won her stateside debut in the Grade 2 Sands Point, closing from off the pace, going the mile. I just wonder if stretching out to the mile and a 16th will help her or hurt her, as sometimes we see horses with that late closing kick. The more distance they have, it lessens their closing kick. One more horse I wanted to mention, the 4 Etoile, the other one for Chad Brown. I gotta say, I love how this filly looks in the paddock. She has a great looking coat, no surprise. She's trained by Chad Brown, but she also has the physical build to suggest that she will love a turf with some moisture in it. And maybe I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know, as she has dealt with soft ground before in the past. And we're talking about soft ground in France, which is completely different than what she faces here today. But she just has that light, slender, lean, classy type of European build. And I think she should skip on top of the surface very, very nicely. So definitely consider the 4 Etoile. I thought she looked fantastic in the paddock. We'll have more trackside in just a minute. We're getting close to the Grade 1 Coolmore, Jenny Wiley.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 33rd running of the Coolmore Jenny Wiley Grade 1. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, a mile and a 16th over the turf listed yielding. Starts the last of the day is rolling doubles. No changes in race 10. Post time in just 8 minutes. Turf is yielding. Temporary rail is down today. Let's meet the fillies and mares for the Coolmore Jenny Wiley. Number 1, Micheline, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Michael Stidham, Luis Saez, the jockey. 2 is Tama here, owned by Swift Thoroughbreds Incorporated of Mark McKay, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, Wonder Stables of Joe Laurie. Chad Brown is the trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr. is the jockey. 3, Juliet Foxtrot, owned by the Juddmonte Farms Incorporated of Garrett O'Rourke, trained by Brad Cox. Jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 4, Etoile, owned by Peter Brandt, Mrs. M.V. Magner, and Mrs. Paul Shanahan, trained by Chad Brown. Jockey Javier Castellano. 5, Maxim Rate, owned by Slam Dunk Racing of Nick Casado, owned also by James Branham and Lee Rolfe, trained by Simon Callahan. Umberto Rispoli to ride. And 6, La Senore, owned by Madicat Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, owned also by Tim and Andy Cameron, by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, Brendan Walsh trains, and John Velasquez will ride. Post time is 6 minutes. The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the 10th race is Carlos Guerrero, the groom for number 5, Maxim Rate. Carlos, congratulations.
Six minutes away from the Grade 1 Coolmore, Jenny Wiley. We start with Michelin, 3-1 right now for the daughter of Bernardini, looking to kickstart her 2021 campaign with a Grade 1 victory, following up a Grade 2 win in the Hillsborough.
She just looks so good today. You can see she's outfitted with blinkers and a hood to try to keep her relaxed. And Scott, I saw her last time out at Tampa. She looked good. I thought she might have needed the race. It proved that she did not need the race. And she looks arguably better today. It's a question of whether or not she'll be able to handle the surface. She's been okay over a good listed turf before in the past, but she's never quite been on something this soft. But physically, she looks great. She's dappled all across her body.
The price in here that you got to focus on, I think, is 6-1 on Etoile, the 5-year-old mare, French-bred mare, who has handled courses like this. She's a Group 3 winner at St. Cloud over soft ground, so this is something that she's familiar with. And you're spot on with your assessment of her on the other side. She is a gorgeous bay mare getting set for her second consecutive Grade 1 test.
When you look at the conditions of the turf today, which are yielding, and you look at a 2-turn turf race, you want fillies that are more lightly framed. They're narrow. They can skip over the top of the surface, and that's what I see from her. And she also looks great, just well turned out today. So the 4 Etoile, I did not use her in the top 3. Definitely changing my mind.
And La Signaria on the outside, she's 8-1 for Brendan Walsh. Johnny Velasquez, a filly that's run here 3 times, mare now, who's run here 3 times in the past. She has yet to find success. She was in the Jenny Wiley last summer, but a much different type of conditions that she's facing today. That was such fast ground that she ran over here at Keeneland, and she's a French-bred mare by the same stallion of that of Etoile, so perhaps this will be something that can move her forward, these kind of conditions.
When I look at horses that I think are physically made for a yielding or soft turf course, I look to the 4 and the 6. These 2 fillies look like they're built to handle this type of surface. And it's surprising to see that she's never tried the surface before in the afternoon, something this soft. So it is kind of a question mark, and I do think that it could move her up. Is it going to move her up enough to win? I don't know, but I would consider including her if you're playing exactas or trifectas.
Such a quality group of Grade 1 fillies and mares. They'll be set to compete at 1 1/16 on the yielding ground in 3 minutes. The Coolmore Jenny Wiley is coming up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 33rd running of the Grade 1 Coolmore Jenny Wiley. They are at the post. And they're off in the Coolmore Jenny Wiley Stakes. Juliet Foxtrot broke alertly, comes right out for the lead. Tamba here there to the inside, and La Senare up close to the outside in the opening strides, but Juliet Foxtrot is the early leader. Tyler Gaffalione now guiding Juliet Foxtrot over closer toward the rail. Tamba here is there toward the inside in that second position, though, and La Senare right there in third as well, just a length and a half off the lead around the first turn. Micheline fourth toward the inside, and she is joined by Maxim Rate, who's alongside in fifth. Etoile is last of the six. It was 24.35 seconds over the yielding going for that opening quarter. Juliet Foxtrot is the leader. Juliet Foxtrot on top, a length and a half for the move up the back stretch. La Senare second by a neck. Tama here third, now taking second down to the inside. Micheline and Maxim Rate move toward the far outside. Maxim Rate goes from fourth to third to second, a length off the lead. Further back, Etoile continues to trail. 49.45 seconds, the time for that first half mile. Juliet Foxtrot, the leader. Room to the inside for Tama here, who starts to sneak up on the leader. Juliet Foxtrot still leads. Maxim Rate is caught wide onto the far turn. In third, La Senare is in fourth position. And then further back, Micheline is fifth. Etoile is in sixth. And Juliet Foxtrot is the leader. Coming to the quarter pole, Juliet Foxtrot leads it by 3 lengths top of the stretch. Tama here is in second. Etoile goes to third on the outside of Maxim Rate. La Senare, Micheline at the back. Juliet Foxtrot, a 2.5 length lead in the final furlong of the Coolmore Jenny Wiley. It's still Tama here in the second position. Etoile is third. It is Juliet Foxtrot in front for Tyler Gaffalione. Chased down the stretch by Tama here, but Juliet Foxtrot to win the feature. Juddmonte 16th career graded stakes win at Keeneland.
Juliet Foxtrot picking up that elusive Grade 1 victory, and it comes here at Keeneland. Congratulations to Juddmonte Farms as she handled the yielding going with that front-running style.
She has been close to achieving this Grade 1 status before in the past, but she finally gets the job done today. Tyler Gaffalione with a textbook ride, going to the front end, taking no prisoners in his way, and going gate to wire at 8-5. Does look like there were some closers from off of the pace in here. And, Scott, I just thought that this filly ran a tremendous race today. The number 3, Juliet Foxtrot, again, didn't receive any early pressure. Tyler Gaffalione celebrating under the wire.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 3, Juliet Foxtrot was first. 2, Tamahir was second. 6, La Seigneur was third. And 4, Echwal was fourth. 3264 unofficial. Race 10 results official. 3264 the official results for Keeneland's 10th race. The official winner of Keeneland's 10th and featured race, 33rd running of the Coolmore Jenny Wiley Stakes, Grade 1. 3, Juliet Foxtrot. 2 wins today for the owner-trainer-jockey combination. Judd Mott Farms Incorporated, Garrett O'Rourke, Brad Cox, Tyler Gaffleone. Juliet Foxtrot, a 6-year-old daughter of Dan Silly out of Kilo Alpha by King's Best. The winner bred in Great Britain by Judd Mott Farms Limited. A mile and a 16th over the yielding turf today in 1 minute 44.51 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 1 Coolmore Jenny Wiley. Mr. Dermot Ryan presents to the connections of Juliet Foxtrot. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating owner Juddmonte Farms, whose win with Juliet Foxtrot and the Coolmore Jenny Wiley gives Juddmonte its 16th graded stakes win at Keeneland. In honor of this historic milestone, Juddmonte receives a Keeneland pitcher as part of Keeneland's signature milestone trophy program. Congratulations to Juddmonte Farms.
Juliet Foxtrot getting that Grade 1 victory in style here in the Coolmore Jenny Wiley. Garrett O'Rourke of Juddmonte Farms, Tyler Gaffalione, the winning rider. You rode her back in the summer in much different conditions. Was she just simply better over this yielding ground today?
You know, she really relished the ground. They said that they worked her a couple weeks back and over a trip course similar to this, and they said she just ate it up. And as soon as she broke, I could feel I had a ton of horse, and she was loving every bit of it.
How easy was she to get to relax out on the front end?
You know, I just put my hands down when she broke, and she came right back to me. It was an easy ride today.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you so much.
Garrett, what a special moment for her to pick up a Grade 1 and deliver the pitcher 16 graded stakes wins for Juddmonte Farms here at Keeneland. Before we get to that, what did you think going in the conditions that she was facing today?
Well, I think there was a confidence that she would be able to handle the soft turf because she had been here a couple of years ago and we had a filly that we knew gaining that had won here and we knew gaining really liked the soft turf and they worked together on soft turf and Tessa and Brad both said, oh, she loves this. So that's a while ago. She's run some great races since. She obviously has been Grade 1 placed and placed in this race last year. It was brave on behalf of everybody at Juddmonte to make the move to keep her for one more year to try and win that elusive Grade 1. So this is huge for the mare. She looked absolutely magnificent today, and it's for as consistent a performer as she's been. I just think she thoroughly deserves it, which makes it all the more sweet for us.
For all the success in the United States and worldwide for Juddmonte, where will the Keeneland pitcher fit into that trophy collection, having now 16 graded stakes wins here at Keeneland Racecourse?
Well, you know, it obviously ages us all as well. And it's taken a lot of effort over the years and a tremendous amount of commitment from Prince Khalid and now his family and sons. And it's a great tribute for, again, the effort and planning and perseverance of the whole operation. And it's been a great fun ride. But, yeah, this is something that we didn't just think up overnight or anyone did it. It's really a great building performance and a great ending.
To many more, congratulations, Garrett.
Thank you very much.
Juliet Foxtrot, Grade 1 winner of the Coolmore, Jenny Wiley.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 11th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $3,863. Main track is listed sloppy. Scratch the 1, Mr. Annoying. Again, scratch the 1, Mr. Annoying. A reminder that contrary to the program, number 8, Private Network, is a Ridgeling.
Getting close to the Riders Up call for the 11th and final on this Saturday card, and we'll close things out with a 3-year-old maiden race, maiden special weight, 7 furlongs on the sloppy main track. And my top selection is the 3-horse 6-pack for Gary and Mary West and Wayne Catalano, a colt by Flatter, who was debuted at Fairgrounds last time out. Comes out of a live race. Shadow Matter, the runner-up in that race, came back to break his maiden. His horse has worked a couple of times here at Keeneland since arriving. You got Johnny Velasquez, good price. Gary and Mary West seeking their second win today here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck to them. Good luck to Catalano, Wayne Catalano, as he saddles a 5-2 shot right now, currently third in the wagering. The number 7 horse, Stage Raider for Chad Brown, a Pioneer of the Nile colt who comes out of that Prevalence race that was so highly thought of. He was second behind Prevalence in that spot, 2-1 right now. We've seen a lot of these horses coming out of live races, run big races here so far at Keeneland. This is a half-brother to the Triple Crown champion Justify from that first stamp Stage Magic. John Gunther, of course, bred Justify. So good luck to John as he owns this colt by Pioneer of the Nile, currently sitting at 2-1 on the tote board. And then the 9-horse Cronus for Jason Barkley. I'll take a swing here with this runner at 10-1, getting a little bit of attention. Not an easy break on debut. If he gets away from there better, hopefully Mena will have him in a good spot. Son of Constitution that they paid quite a bit of money for back in 2020. And so that is my third choice and price play here, Gabby, in the nightcap.
No better way to close out a Grade 1 Saturday here at Keeneland than with a maiden special weight that features the half-brother to Justify, the 7 Stage Raider, and also the full brother to Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner Classic Empire. That's the 11 Harvard, and he's on the board right now at 5-2. I go in a different direction. I thought we'd get a really good price on this horse, the 6 Windcracker, because everybody's going to overlook him because he's got 8 career starts, whereas there are a lot of flashy pedigrees in here and some lightly raced horses. But ultimately, I think I wanted to go with a horse that's cutting back, turning back in distance, that has foundation underneath of him. And he hasn't been that far off of some really nice horses in the past. He ran against Cato River. He also ran against Safa's Day, who was recently second in allowance race at Oaklawn recently. So there have been some nice horses. Even King Fury, speaking of nice horses, King Fury, the winner of the Lexington earlier today. So I don't know what type of field this is. It could just be too tough. But I do like the cutback in distance from 2 turns, a mile and a 16th, to the 7 furlongs today. The 7 Stage Raider, the half to Justify, mentioned he probably needed his last race, second to Prevalence, and then finally the number 9 Cronus. I also had a triple trip in his debut. Riders are up here for the finale.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Cavorting, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the main track, which is listed sloppy. Scratch number 1, Mr. Annoying. Number 1 is scratched. Contrary to the program, number 8, Private Network, is a Ridgeling. Carryover for the Toyota Jackpot Super High 5, $3,863. Post time, 6 minutes. The winner of the Thoroughbred Charities of America Best Turned Out Award for Race 11, Chris Trejo. The groom for number 5, Derby House. Chris, congratulations. Presented by Thoroughbred Charities of America, which provides grants to nonprofit organizations that work toward improving the lives of thoroughbred racehorses and the people who care for them. Stone Street is pleased to make a matching $500 charitable donation to Thoroughbred Charities of America to support their efforts in the thoroughbred industry.
There are some stunners here in the nightcap. 5 minutes to post from this 3-year-old maiden race going 7 furlongs. And we'll take a look at Windcracker, Gabby, a gelding by Super Saver, making his 9th career start. He's run some credible races. He was 4th behind Caddo River, who we'll see run later on this afternoon in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. But from a looks perspective, he is a very good-looking 3-year-old for Tom Amoss.
He just looks fit. When you look at all these other horses who are lightly raced, he looks more developed. He looks extremely fit, and he also looks like he should benefit from a little bit less distance, cutting back to 7/8 from the 2 turns. So I like my top pick, and you're also getting a good price at 8-1.
Then we'll go to the half-brother to the Triple Crown champion, Justify Stage Raider. Boy, does John Gunther have a nice mare on his hands with Stage Magic. She gets some stunners as well. This is a very good-looking colt.
But he doesn't look anything like Justify.
You do.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm talking about even in size, too. You can see him that he's very athletic, very strong in his hindquarters, but he's more on the smaller side, and Justify was a massive horse. He covered a lot of ground, very scopy type of horse. This horse is a little bit more on the smaller side, which I don't mind.
And then we'll go to the 8-horse, the Bernardini Ridgeling for Godolphin and trainer Brendan Walsh. He's had a couple of starts. They tried him at 1 1/8 last time out. Changes being made here. Lasix and blinkers on for his 3rd start.
I just think he'll like this main track. He's never been on a sloppy sealed track. When you look at him as a physical, it kind of looks like he should be able to handle the sloppy sealed conditions, and he looks bright, on his toes, ready to go at a price.
They're approaching the starting gate. We've got 3 minutes before the 11th and final on this Grade 1 Saturday.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Cavorting. post, and they are off. Harvard broke alertly, but there goes Stage Raider. Stage Raider now takes hold of the racetrack. It has a challenge from Windcracker there to the inside. Those two at the front as they head up the back stretch. Road Bible goes a close third. Harvard a close up fourth. Here's Six Pack looking for running room to make that a five-way battle for the top spot. Six Pack moving by to put a head in front. Further back, Hope and Dignity is sixth against the rail. Cronus goes seventh. Private Network is eighth. Sensible Jim ninth upon the outside to the far turn. And then Complicate 10th back toward the inside, a long way back to Derby House, who's last of the 11, 22.7 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Windcracker against the rail, leads it by a neck. Six Pack is alongside. Here's Six Pack now fighting back on the outside to put a head in front around the far turn. A gap of 2.5 to Stage Raider, who's third. Road Bible is in fourth. A gap of 5 more lengths. Hope and Dignity fifth against the rail. Harvard is in sixth. Sensible Jim, then Private Network, top of the stretch. Six Pack a narrow lead, and here comes Stage Raider swinging out to the center of the track. Windcracker is fighting on, cuts the corner as they turn for home. Windcracker, Stage Raider, Six Pack in between that pair. Final furlong, Stage Raider striding away now. Stage Raider opening up with every stride in the final furlong. Stage Raider, the half-brother to Justify. Stage Raider, much the best here for Irad Ortiz Jr. Harvard is going to move up through a crowd to grab second on the line. Cronus came with him for third in 1 minute 22.62 seconds.
There will be stories written about this performance here today as Stage Raider exerts himself over the top here to get this victory. He had some speed out in front of him, but for him to draw away in this fashion is so impressive, Gabby. Stage Raider, well done to Chad Brown and owner-breeder John Gunther.
And you said earlier today when West Will Power won that we might not see an easier winner today. Well, I think we just saw an easier winner with the half-brother to Justify and Stage Raider. This mare has been such a producer. She produces runner after runner, and this one looks like the next big thing here. Congratulations to the Connections. He gets the job done in today's 11th and final race right here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race. 7 Stage Raider finished first, 11 Harvard was second, 9 Cronus was third, 5 Derby House was fourth, and 3 Six Pack was fifth, 7, 11, 9, 5, 3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 11th race, the cavorting 7 Stage Raider, owned and bred in Kentucky by John Gunther. The trainer is Chad Brown, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. for his second win on the card. Stage Raider, a 3-year-old son of Pioneer of the Nile out of Stage Magic by Ghost Zapper. Stage Raider, a half-brother to Triple Crown winner Justify. 7 furlongs over the main track listed sloppy, 1 minute 22.62 seconds, and the results of race 11 are official. 7:11.953, the official results. In the winner's circle, Ms. Erin Craddy, representing Thoroughbred Charities of America, to present the trophy now for the cavorting on behalf of Stone Street to the connections of Stage Raider, the winner, race 11. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5, consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot for tomorrow's card of $6,319. This reminder, advanced wagering is available on simulcast racing. In fact, simulcasting will remain open in limited areas through the running of the Arkansas Derby. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for Coolmore and for Stone Street, thank you and good evening.